Alright, so I'm making this video because I'm just sitting here, watching this to myself and talking, and I'm having, this awesome kind of speech and this revelation about about something. And I thought to myself, you know what? Of course, I'm doing this again, and I'm not recording. I didn't record any of that. So I decided right after I kind of cut myself off at the point that I wanted to make. And I decided, all right, I'm going to record this. So basically, I'm watching this video, and what I'm about to expose to you is is basically the mindset. Is like most people on the internet, when we expose the elitist corporate, these corporate elite, controllers of our world. No one ever actually has the ability, the perception. No one is able to get into their mindset, right? You know what I'm saying? No one ever explains the psychology behind it. Why they do such horrible things. Why? Why, right? I just got an insight into their minds. I was watching this video, and it's basically about you can read it here, 9 suppressed inventions that could have changed the world by Vintage Files. Great video, great presentation, it's simple. Some people that I was already familiar with, and watching it, just saddens me, but also pisses me off how these people, the common, and this is the thing, if you watch this video, the common trend, you know what happened to all these guys? They mysteriously died. Mysteriously died, they all had a heart attack or something, or, whatever. So this one, I just watched this one where this kid, and I had no idea about this, and it really pissed me off. I watched the whole thing, and I'm thinking to myself, at first, watching it, when I heard about what his invention was, I said to myself, wait, why is he on this list? I get he can still make the list because it's an invention that didn't come out. But from my perspective, I'm thinking more along the lines of why would his invention have been suppressed? And here's what his invention was. I'll just briefly... He created a special carburetor, okay? He created a special carburetor that reuses the exhaust, the burnt exhaust from the tailpipe, from the gas, whatever, back into the gas tank, from the fuel pipe back into the gas tank, can get you another 100 miles to the gallon. And as I heard that, I'm sitting here thinking to myself, wait a minute, why would that be suppressed? Of all the inventions, because commonly I know, okay, if it's hydrogen fuel, it's something that these big oil barons, the oil elite, corporate controllers don't want you to have, like the Geat engine and the hydrogen gas and all these other different things. But then I'm thinking to myself, this kid, he created an innovation, created an invention that still requires fuel. And this is what started to get me. This is when you understand this, when you see this, and you listen to what happened, and you figure it out, this is what really gets you into the mindset. That it's not about fuel for them. That they'll go so far, even to suppress this information, to suppress this technology, to suppress this invention, even though it uses fossil fuel. Simply because they want the argument of emission. They want to destroy the environment. They want to keep robust machines that break down faster. That they just don't want you to be efficient. And it really lets you see more into their psychopathic mindset, and something that a lot of truthers don't really break down so much as to how they think. And a lot of people don't have that aha moment where they get this information, and that information leads them to see that how ruthless they are. How they want us to be so independent of the system. It just proves that even if you can invent something better, and you're not replacing fuel, because that's what everyone would assume, right? Before I even heard about this kid, most of the time when I think of hear about inventions being suppressed, yeah, it's usually because it's an alternative energy completely. But this isn't an alternative energy. This is simply a modification to a currently existing machine that they allow to be designed. Fuel that they want us to be dependent on. And to think that they want us to be so dependent upon the system that they'll go so far as to even suppress the invention that could help reduce emissions and give you more mileage and whatever. You know why? Because at the end of the day, it's still money. And the invention, the guy before this guy here, I've never heard of this before, and this blew my mind, was fascinating. This guy created something that, and mind you, in his own words, he called the way that they've been doing it ritualistic, and he's right. But that's probably what, that probably didn't bode so well for him, by openly calling the 011, like the Matrix coding system, a ritualistic. But whatever. Apparently he came up with his own coding system that could turn an entire full-length movie and put that file size down to 8 kilobytes. And he demonstrated his ability to a bunch of investors, top investors of the market at the time, which, the video didn't portray it, but I know for a fact those same investors are the ones in on it. They're going to act like they were buddies, but they don't really want it. They're the ones who probably fucking coordinated the attack and probably suppressed this guy's technology and shit. Okay, the point is, he was on an old computer and he ran 16 full-length movies from a 64 kilobyte card or something like that at the same time, and to demonstrate that he had compressed all of these films down to about 8 kilobytes or something like that. Pretty fucking amazing. And I'm thinking to myself, again, it lets you into the mindset. Now you might say, well, why is this technology harmful to the elite, to the corporations? Well, it's just as harmful as creating a long-lasting, or infinite battery or something like that. Why? Because they need you to buy more. If you understand, because and with this invention, looking at where we are today, if his invention had come out, understanding where the market is today, how, for example, video games, how if you want to be a video gamer, well, guess what? Oh, you go, aha, I see where you're getting at. Had his invention come out, you know how much less money would be required? You know how much more efficient all of our machines and technology would be? Or maybe even how smaller things would be? So this is where you have to get the understanding into their mindset, that they control every aspect of society. Because again, it's not about fuel, it's not about using their technology and changing a little bit. They are so ruthless. It's about money. It's purely about control. Purely about keeping people reliant and dependent on a system, limitation, so that we have to grovel and struggle away each day and only get what they give us when they give it to us, when we think a new technology comes out, because they want it to come out. They want to slowly feed us these things. But meanwhile in the world, it takes the time span in between us living our lives and having time to ourselves to figure out the truth of things. It lengthens the amount of time that people are recycled into the system, continually having to just, whatever. If everything in life was easy, was cheap, was free, was, invented to be final, to be perpetual, to be whatever, efficient, then think about the distance. Think about time-wise. What point in our history in the world, let's say it happened in the 80s, you know where we'd be today? We have this huge chunk of time where people aren't constantly so distracted, where people aren't constantly so sucked into this vicious cycle, this loop of, this new thing, all of this bullshit that keeps coming out. This is how they can lengthen the amount of time that we are trapped in the prison of physicality, in the prison of possessions, the prison of worldly possessions and physical means, keeping us constantly, needing something new. Why is accessories such a big market? And you think about it, you go on Amazon, or you go shopping, or you go to any store. Why is it that these stupid, pathetic, petty trinkets, most things that are made from plastic, most things that come from China, 90% of every little object ranging from $5 up to $20, they're all accessories. They're all extra things. Why is it that the biggest market for corporations, why is it the biggest product in our modern day is mostly accessorizing? Name sole products that come out. Sole products that would be something that, okay, later sells extra components. But again, this is the reason why nothing is ever complete. Nothing is ever efficient. Because they've realized that they can make more money selling you extra shit you don't need when you could have had the final product to begin with. And this is the reason why when people like this man come out with something amazing, Think about this being the final product. They don't want it because, again, and here's your example. You might say, okay, well, prove it. Okay, look at where we are today. Look at how much money someone would have to pay just to be a PC gamer. Simply because file sizes get bigger. Graphics get more extensive. Now, do they have to make graphics way stronger and more, advanced? No, they don't. But the fact that they keep doing all that, we think, oh, everything's getting more advanced. It gets bigger. It requires more space. We went from video games that were kilobytes to megabytes to gigabytes. Now, you can't even have, like, for example, I have a really great computer. I have, it's not a gaming computer, but I can have maybe at most, four AA titles. Well, not even. I could probably have 2 AA titles installed on the computer at once because most AA titles now are anywhere from 15 to 30 gigabytes. Big games. Why is it that everything has gotten bigger? You see how there's a market? They knew that looking forward in the future, had they let this guy technology out, it's that moment that J.P. Morgan had when he was face to face with Tesla and his invention. Seeing ahead and thinking, well, had this invention get out, had I invested in Tesla's, free energy, the world, literally he put it in quotes. This is what he said. I mean, not word for word, but he said something along the lines of, every asshole is in the future is just going to be able to set up his own little radio antenna in his backyard and suckle off the teat of the government. Basically free energy. If that is J.P. Morgan invested in Tesla's radio towers. Okay. So in this same way, you probably had somebody look at this man's invention and see it going forward and say, well, if we give everybody this way to compress data, then looking forward, when the digital age and digital marketing becomes the big monster giant that it is today, and everything everyone has to have it, and everything everyone owns by today's standards, photos, family videos, everything now is put on the fucking digital framework, the digital web, right? The internet, whatever. It's digitized. It's all data. So they probably saw that in the same way, looking at it like, all this space. They knew, like, digital marketing, how big it would become, and now all this stuff that you can buy, and that you're going to want so many things to buy, and you can't fit it all. But imagine if you could fit everything. Imagine if you could fit, by today's standards, if this had come out by today's standards, you'd be able to fit, maybe the equivalent, like 16 1080p, 1.5 to 2 hour full length feature films on a few gigabytes. So you can kind of understand that. You can see again how that would destroy the market for SD cards, how it would destroy the market for all of these extra hardware, all this hardware and software. You can see how it would destroy the market for CDs and all of these different things. Now, privately, in the private sector, technology like that being used secretly, let's say in the military-industrial complex, well, now you can start to understand how it's possible for supercomputers to exist, or for data centers that collect everyone's data, how those exist, and how, whatever. Like, you can only imagine what they're doing with this technology in secret. So, here's again, does it change our world? Yes, it still does change our world. The thing that it should say is suppressed inventions that could have changed our world positively. The only problem is, what most people don't realize, and in fact what some truthers seem to forget, is that these inventions, they do change our world, and they have changed our world. In fact, they are changing our world. Because it's these same inventions in most cases, like the case of Stanley, from what's his name? Is it Stanley Walter? Stanley Meyer. Stanley Meyer, who, similar to Tesla and, even going as far back as Da Vinci, invented something, got offered a lot of money to suppress it himself, denied it, mysteriously died, and then his house was broken into, and all of his inventions and technology were confiscated, were stolen. Odd, isn't it? How, that seems to happen, right after someone's like, no, I'm going to do it my way. So it really bothers me, really pisses me off that, but again, we think that these inventions just don't exist at all, period. But some of us are keen to understanding that it's most of these inventions that they use right now, that they use in secret, okay, that they're using against us or have, basically in wait. Like my belief, I have this odd view. Everyone has their own take on how the elite are gonna, fake let's say an alien invasion or promote basically the next big world war or something, or the end of the world. I've always had this idea that there's, most of these underground bases, these bunkers, or places like Area 51, I believe that there are like actual storage facilities. I believe that, like, my take on what's going to happen is, like, whatever they plan on doing is, I believe that there are places where they have scientists or engineers or people who have invented things, who have built things in secret that they don't even have released yet. And I think a lot of them end up becoming consumer products as time goes on. But I believe that there are places, that there is a place, some secret R&D for corporations, that what they've actually been doing for so long, in the similar way that it's possible for our military, people have come out and said, you'd be surprised, our military is, 30 years more advanced than other militaries, but also, like, more advanced than most, consumer products and things that you can find on the open market or So if that's possible, it still proves that there are places in the world where they have research facilities and places that they probably build robots and they build devices and they build things and test things that never get released to the public or only get released later on. And this also explains how ideas and inventions are known about or could have existed in, sci-fi, like back in the day, and then they do come out later. Whereas, we just assume, sci-fi becomes science fiction because someone decided to make it now. When I think they probably did make it back then, they put it in a movie, and then it comes out later on, similar to how, one of the things that they did, for example, a movie that I'll name is the Mission Impossible Ghost Protocol, the one where Tom Cruise, Ethan Hunt, he climbs the Burj Khalifa or whatever. In that movie, when he climbs, he uses the sticky gloves, the red is dead, blue is glue. But before that movie came out, I was looking at things like shear thickening fluid, and there was another thing being invented in where was it? It was it MIT or was it UMass? UMass Lowell. I think it was at a UMass Lowell. And again, it was Army funded. It was Gexkin. I think they were coming out with that in UMass Lowell. So Gexkin, and it was basically they said they were going to create two things because originally their primary benefactor was the military. Oh, there you go. So you have proof. The military. They were going to create a special glove out of Gexkin for the military, and then they said that they were going to come out with a consumer level product, and they didn't say what that was going to be, but they said it was going to be less. It was going to be like buying, duct tape, or, buying some, I don't know, I don't have anything to compare that to, but it was like, let's say you didn't know about duct tape. It would be like everyone and his uncle at home is using Scotch tape. Meanwhile, the military is using duct tape. And then duct tape comes out. Or you find out what it is. It's basically like that. They were going to make something for the military, and then they were going to make a consumer version, and it was going to be less, but it was probably going to be able to hold like 25, 50 pounds or something like that, or whatever. And they were going to market it for, rock climbers and athletes and stuff like that as a grip. So there you go, Gexkin. Very interesting thing. That pretty much is what those gloves were. Also in that movie, when he was in the hallway, he put up this massive screen, and in the screen, he had this camera behind it, and it was able to basically digitally project the image behind it, and it was almost like an invisibility shield. It was a reflective material, a lightweight reflective material. Well, that has also been being tested on, and they claim that they're not able to reproduce that. Both of those technologies exist. They're just not readily available. It's not something we can buy. And you think, well, okay, what use could people possibly have for that? They'd only ever be used in the private sector, or maybe in Hollywood or something like that. Fictionally or realistically. For special effects and stuff to actually produce movies. And a lot of times people don't understand that as well, but if you actually, a lot of movies actually have access to technology that we don't have access to, specifically for the purpose of making movies. So what I'm trying to say is that a lot of times there are inventions that exist and we think, oh, it's sci-fi and this is going to come out. I believe my take on what's going to happen is they've had a lot of shit basically in process, in the works, that they've had for years. All different kinds of stuff in some massive facility, some massive lot that they're going to use, and that will be the stuff that they release. Similar to, because I want to tie this in, when people think, oh, aliens and stuff, some people do have their own idea and understand that the whole alien stuff, all these UFO sightings, they're just military technology. And me, I don't think they're even back engineered. I think it's just stuff that we actually came out with, that we came up with, that very few people know about, and they understand, and they're able to exploit natural phenomenon like magnetism and, electrolysis and all these other different things. I can go off and name all these different processes and things. And they use these things. And these are some of they're actually man-made machines. Because I also believe that a lot of these so-called abductions and stuff, I believe that they're staged abductions. And similar to like the Montauk Project and all these other things, that they have people, they have these agents dress up as creatures or whatever, humanoids, and they kidnap people and they subject them to things, even for ritualistic purposes, not even for, MK Ultra or whatever, but, they've done this stuff. There's so much evidence out there to support that, and most people do know that. So my take on basically what's going to happen is when they decide to fake the alien deception or whatever, they're just going to release technology that they've had for so long. Things that we could have today. And that's because when you watch videos like this and you find out that people have come up with these technologies, you have to understand, where does it go? It goes somewhere. Someone knew about it. Someone knows about it enough to either want it silenced, want it gone, or to take it for themselves. And knowing what we know, that we definitely have to assume that they have these inventions, that they've taken these people's recipes, that they've taken these people's inventions, and that they will stop at nothing. Because that is their mindset. And it proved that when I found out that a 26-year-old boy, a 26-year-old guy, that guy that I was talking about when I first started making this video, he was only 26 years old. He died mysteriously on an overdose of pain medication. Now, why would someone commit suicide when they had $25 million lined up in an offer? And that's what got me thinking. It's like, it's not about even fuel. He created an invention that I thought was acceptable. Looking at it from their perspective, or at least what I thought was their perspective, that they would suppress anything that doesn't require fossil fuel. Wrong. They will suppress anything that makes our lives more efficient. And that is the reason why I'm making this video, to express and to show that when you find these missing links, it proves how ruthless they are in their ambitions and their goals to create a new world order, to keep people, to spread time out, to make time seem so slow, to make everything seem so limited that we have to constantly need to spend money. And how the fuck, what the hell? There's a moth flying around and it's like freaking me out because it was just over like there in this fucking hallway, and then I see it out of the corner of my eye, like right next to me, and it's like I didn't even see it fly by or anything. I don't know what the fuck. Probably a couple moths. Anyways, that they are so ruthless that they don't care. They don't care. Anything that is going to have a better impact on our environment, they will suppress it. Anything that is going to reduce the amount of money or how often you spend money, they will reduce it. Because in the long run, you're still spending that much less. So over time, they probably projected, okay, if you get an extra 100 miles to the gallon, that's this much less that people are going to have to buy to pay for fuel. So yeah, even though you're still using fuel, you still have to. I mean, you don't have to pay for it as much. You can travel longer distances without stopping to refuel. And just think about, that's how sick they are. That small amount, that small point in time, that starts to add up as more and more people reduce the amount of time, there's less money in their pocket. And that much, probably inconsequential amount, if it's just, just over 100 miles, what would be 100, what would be 100 miles of fuel? It's however many miles to the gallon. So 1 gallon. So however many gallons you fill up. I don't know what I'm saying, but whatever. The fucking math on fuel and all that stuff, and it depends on the car too. But basically, what would be like, just reducing it by half. So let's say you had a car that, that you got a car that was 35 miles, or let's just say 50 miles. You had a car that was 50 miles to the gallon. You get 100. When you had 50, you were filling up. No, that's not a good. I'm trying to think. What would be half? Well, let's just say, okay. Let's just say hypothetically, cars already can do 100 miles to the gallon, and now his invention added that. It gave you another 100. So now we have an even half. So. So the price of a gallon, and you need to fill up how many gallons in your tank? How much can your tank hold? So whatever, I don't know. But my point, you kind of understand what I'm saying. The point is, it's reducing the amount of time. Like, it's reducing how many more times, or more times you would have gone for gas. Now it's taking that same amount and maybe cutting it in half, basically, or cutting it by 1.5. So it's just, I don't know, it's just, it just bothers me. I mean, I wanted to make this video just to point that out, because I'm sitting here to myself, and a lot of times I am sitting here to myself, and there's a reason why I don't make videos, because I don't need to. I don't need to express the things I already know, and the things that I say, whether or not I can say them a lot better when I'm just sitting here speaking through the consciousness as things come to me. It's a lot different than just recording. Moth, what are you doing? Figure it out, please. You've bothered me. It just bothers me. It's like this is their mindset. These are the people we're dealing with. This is how ruthless they are at controlling the world, at keeping the world controlled, keeping us obedient, keeping us dependent on the system. That most people will just realize it if it's an alternative energy, but nope. Doesn't matter if it's an alternative energy at all. It's simply just is anything that could reduce the amount of money being given, could that was a really weird fucking noise. Whatever. Could better the environment. They'll suppress it, because they want this world to go their way. They want it to end their way. And that's, we're all just stuck. That's the only perpetual motion that they'll allow. That's the only eventuality that they'll allow, is just this revolution, this repetition, this us being stuck in this perpetual cycle of struggle and of debate and of confusion, because they know most of the things are going to break down. It needs to, so that there's always something to talk about. It's always the next step, the next level. Have you noticed that? Notice that as a trend about breaking down basically the fundamentals behind every aspect of society, is that they all have a function, they all serve a purpose, and that they will be some form of an argument, they will be some form of a news announcement, or some asset or facsimile of something will be talked about, will be pulled out like a puzzle piece and observed and scrutinized. Why is it that every object is objectified secularly? Every aspect of society, every system, everything. Notice how over time, just look at most of the things in the past 20 decades. Look at most inventions, most processes, most systems, most things. They let it go to the point until it becomes an argument. They know it's going to. And I have the same theology for, sorry, I have the same theory for our Constitution, for our laws in this country. I believe that they were never designed to be definitive. I believe that they were built to be destroyed. I believe that they were built to get us to the very place we are today, where a lot of truthers and people are holding on to them and want to keep them. I agree that we need to change things, but really, I think we need to be more specific, more definitive. And I think one of the reasons why things were the way they were and are the way they are is because they were meant to, from the beginning. And going forward, anything that even is today is just going to be another freaking argument. It's just going to be another breakdown, another stepping stone to something that they know, they laugh about it. They know is going to be another fork in the road that we're going to have to spend time on, so that they can purposefully have a reason to, here's the solution, right? Everything is problem, reaction, solution. So they look ahead and they already have everything set up. They already have a solution for something that we don't even have a problem for yet. I'm telling you, that's a fact. So think about it right now. We don't even have a problem for something yet. Something isn't even a problem yet, but I guarantee you it's something we take for granted every day right now. Look harder for it, and then you start breaking down and shifting reality, and you'll start seeing that matrices. You'll start seeing the code. You'll start seeing between the lines, and you'll you'll be able to see things coming years before they happen. I'm able to do that. I was able to see over 10 years ago the racial arguments, the racial debates, the feminist movement, long before there was even an argument, because I saw this invisible ghost, this invisible methodology and in social behavior and people. I saw those things happening. I saw that there was something, and I saw it in movies. I saw it in TV shows. In the same way how, basically what I'm saying is, it's like, how most movies are horrible when they deal with relationships, how they program us to represent relationships and how relationships come together and how two people meet and all that stuff. You can say that for example, if you were to have enough of a conscious mind to be able to see that as it was happening 5 or 10 years ago, then you'd have a perfect explanation for why relationships have declined, why the marriage rate has declined, why the fertility rate has declined. Because of the way we were being programmed to behave socially. And it works the same way as far as predictive programming with 9/11. When you look back now, you see how much times they predictively programmed 9/11 and then it happened. Well, guess what? It works the same way. And it's not so much physical stuff. It could be ideological stuff too. Stuff that is just like air. You can't see it. You know what I mean? But it's there. It's all around you. And so you have to start looking deeper, really start opening your mind so you can break down and really manipulate reality and really be able to freeze frame, freeze time, pull things apart in your own mind and be able to see it. Because I think that's what they've been able to do for a very long time. Part of the secret society, part of their practice is to do that. I mean, it's easy once you've already created a monopoly on something. Once you've already had a little bit of control, you can stipulate it from there. So going forward, I'm not saying that they're so super genius that they all have this ability to break things down and see this massive jigsaw reality, see the biggest picture and all that. Some of them do. They are enlightened. We can't forget that. Whether or not we're dealing with, 80-year-old men who have multi-billions of dollars who can order, killings of private citizens, by using whatever the fuck, or, do whatever the fuck they want in their private homes. they're not just dealing with that. We're still dealing with maniacal people, smart people, regardless of how old they are. People who rule the world. People who are groomed into these positions at every age. So what we're dealing with is, people who see things that way, and we have to start seeing things that way in order for us to be able to see into the future and why it makes sense that they would keep us like this. For example, before, you think, oh, what's the pinnacle of batteries? Oh, rechargeable batteries. You can recharge them. But they saw that. They just gave us something that, when is it, other than rechargeable batteries, what are people still doing? Buying fucking batteries, right? A battery is something that it dies and then needs recharging. What is the pinnacle of battery technology? It's still fucking recharging a battery. Or lithium. Or we've changed the thing. But you think it's something that simple and it's still this, but it's still nothing. It's still not giving us, we still need all these extra things, and you still need to buy batteries, don't you? So when you look at it, ask yourself, have they really given us? Have we really done anything? When you think about what could be possible, or all this other technology, how far behind we are on this still simple things, even like the toilet, for Christ's sakes. Toilet seat. The fundamentals of a fucking goddamn toilet haven't changed in who knows how many years. It's still the most robust piece of thing ever. It's a thick porcelain thing. You're telling me, out of everything else we've come up with, all the things we do, we haven't come up with a new way to, dispose of our feces, but also invent a better toilet, more, something that's more ergonomic. Because it's so funny, because has anyone ever looked at those studies? All of a sudden those studies come out and it's like, are you using the bathroom wrong? And it's like, what? Ridiculous. I mean, don't get me wrong. I mean, that's just a small example, because yes, in other countries they have better toilets. Like Japan, for example, probably has the best toilets. Most places in Japan, they have the toilets that you just squat over, so you're in the natural position just squatting. But they also have toilets that actually that little water, it squirts the water, and they can, help clean you and all that stuff. Like, it's better for you. Because think about it, we see these fucking toilets and toilet paper. Again, They knew that, and so they can market what? They can market wet wipes. Everyone uses wet wipes, because you fucking have to. You can't use toilet paper, because first of all, you're never going to clean yourself, and you're going to get fucking hemorrhoids. So, it's like, you just have to. So again, you think about it, okay, why didn't they come out with that first? Or why, okay, that's out now, but then why we still sell toilet paper? Why is that we can't always remember? Because when they first came out with it, well, the wipes weren't flushable. They knew that they could make them flushable, and then later they make them flushable. But why don't we have something new? You see what I'm saying? Everything stops because you have all these, because that's just one category, that's one teeny tiny fucking thing, one singular product, one singular entity in a world full of all these other things that all are given spotlight at different times. So when you have all this stuff to work from, all this stuff to choose from, and you're picture yourself as an overlord looking over this crystal ball, and this crystal ball is able to cycle through every possible combination and invention of things. You have all these things that at every given time, this is what you focus on, this is what you focus on. Oh no, well, we'll try to progress this technology. Okay, now we're going to come out with something new. Think about all this stuff. This is why you can keep people behind in our progress for so long. Because with every possible invention, that's how many years you can put people behind. This is the reason why for millennia going forward, we're still going to be behind. We're still going to be kept in this loop, this vicious cycle of corporations controlling us, and when they limit us to, okay, this is when we want this to come out, this is when we want this to come out. We're the only ones responsible for thinking up new ideas. We're the only ones responsible for doing this. Because again, God forbid anybody comes out with something that is absolutely groundbreaking, world-changing, they die. They get mysteriously killed, and their inventions never see the light of day or never see the public sector. But you know where they are being used? They're being used in the private sector. They're being used by these same people to progress their methods and to invent technologies that they know they will release on a time release schedule, let's say 10, 15, or 20 years every time. Just going forward, it's always going to be put off. And I think that it's that same technology that they're also using, that they also keep, that there's probably some place in the world where it'd literally be like, holy shit, is this the future? Did I just time warp? Because I know for a fact there are inventions and there are things that exist someplace that they are waiting, that they are saving, or that they donate or rent out to corporations, that these same corporate people or part of the same group, the same clique, when they have enough money, when they shell out enough money, they can probably go and tour the freaking factories. And let's say it's Apple, there's probably a fucking phone that is like 30 years more advanced and smaller and more, you know, but they do it on a time. They're not going to give it to us, even though we could easily do that. We could easily have that technology now. And there's been so many past technologies and other technologies that if combined, you could see how that would be possible, but they don't. They're going to wait. But I guarantee that in some place they have that. And let's say this, for example, the CEO of Apple or the CEO of any corporation at any given time probably has access to these things. Or maybe they find out about it and they probably get to pay a certain amount of money and they get this exclusive tour and they get to shop basically this, you know, room of inventions that haven't even come out yet for R&D. Or it's probably already, that's where they are. They exist in their R&D facilities. You have to understand, every place has an R&D facility. Every place has these places where these science... Again, look at Area 51. The people... I'm hearing noises, so it's just like I have to stop every time. The people in Area 51, they live around there. They have these most secretive lives. The van comes by, they pick them up, they go to work. These are the engineers, the people who work on facility. So you have people like scientists, they don't have normal lives. This is possible in any place in the world. You have to expect that. That scientists, young minds of people, they get swept up and they go and they work in these places and that's their job. Developing things that they can never talk about. So you have to understand, this is a possibility. These places exist. And that's what I believe is going to happen. I believe that they're going to roll out with machines and robots. Like the reason why DARPA can show us the big dog and all that other shit. You kidding me? They've had that stuff for a long fucking time. They have something that's way more advanced than that. Because I remember I always love to bring people back to this. Back when what is now the American History Channel, back was the military channel, and it was before they actually started doing more reality TV, fake, you know, uneducating bullshit. They had cool shows. One of the cool shows was hosted by Mac Makowitz, who was a former Navy SEAL and like special operator or whatever. And this guy had a show called Future Weapons. And his show basically was about going around the world highlighting new military technologies. Everything from small arms to big arms, big armaments, and all kinds of new inventions and things that would make the art of warfare and for the combat soldier, for the soldier, basically a future soldier, make them more efficient. And it was everything, man, everything. Radar systems. You're talking about defense, offense. It was all kinds of systems. It was all kinds of systems, robotics and technology. It wasn't all just guns and ammo. It was vehicles too. It was anything from like, a new tire or something. It was everything. Future weapons. It was anything that could advance the art of modern warfare. This really cool show, right? So the thing was, there was things on this show that you would assume were classified. So first of all, why is this a TV show? Why is it possible? I mean, if we believe that we have enemies, those enemies around the world could just watch this TV show and be able to see and observe how the U.S. military trains. Like, has anyone ever wondered that? Why is anyone, like, we believe in these, again, it's political theater, obviously, that's why most people don't wonder this, but yeah, or else why aren't they mimicking what we do? Why aren't they mimicking our training? Or if we're supposed to be the best military, we put everything out in the open. We have fucking American TV shows that a bunch of Americans sit down and in America, it's okay to declassify stuff like that. Well, it's because it's already declassified, but it isn't. No one has ever seen or heard of that before. The show came out and that was like they were showing off the stealth plane. They showed off several different stealth planes and they talked about some new stuff and some stuff that just came out. And I'm thinking to myself, well, holy shit. Why are they showing this? You have to understand, the reason why they can show it is because they have something more advanced. So at the time, when I was watching that show, whether or not he was even being filmed at that same time that it was airing, mostly all the technology I saw on that show, guess what? It means that while I was watching that show back in the 2000s, like 2000, I forget, 2008 or whenever it was, there was something much more advanced. Much more advanced. That's what you have to remember. And the crazy thing is, even before that show came out, you know what's a crazy thing? I watched old movies and old sci-fi and stuff like that, and they showed that shit. And at the time, it's like, wait a minute. So how do they know about it? And there you have a direct correlation. okay, a movie set in a time where this is not even supposed to exist, this plane is technically classified, and then fast forward some odd years later, and they're able to show it in a TV show, and now it's declassified. This is supposed to be our secret technology. Why are they showing it? Oh, because clearly we have something even more secret, more powerful. And so by today's standards, as we move forward, in, however many years, you have to understand, there's always something much more advanced, something always much more powerful, or else they wouldn't be able to show it to us. So again, it's literally when people are getting on and seeing these DARPA things like, oh, this is going to be it, there's a new world order, there's robots. That's them just laughing in our faces again. Why are they even showing it? Well, you think, why is it okay that DARPA has a fucking YouTube channel? Like it's just some thing that they can show us these like secret robotics. Because they don't give a shit. Because they're laughing in our faces. Showing us those robotics when they have more. And this is something else I'm going to point out. Now here's the same thing. During that same time, or even a little bit before that, you know what? The Transformers movie, it was the one with the pyramid and all that other shit. It was Apocalypse or whatever. Guess what they had in that movie? And this was before DARPA announced, or maybe it was after, or around the same time. So it was a similar situation. In that movie, they had this thing they called the Cheetah. And it was basically a cheetah transformer with a big fucking minigun on the back. And it was like what would be the full-on, completed version. DARPA had this thing that they called the Cheetah. And they were testing it on a treadmill. And it was able to run like 60 miles an hour or something like that. So then you have to ask yourself, again, it's that same thing. Why are they showing us that? They're showing us because, and of all the things it could have been a fucking dog, it could have been a wolf. No, Transformers movie, this thing that's like, oh, the cheetah. And we also know as truthers, we've had a lot of evidence for this and there's a lot of people exposing this stuff. There's also a direct correlation to directors and filmmakers in the movie industry having ties and connections to, because it's all controlled media. They also, most of them are, agents, or most of them have connections. They have liaisons or handlers or people who are, basically advisors. They have like military advisors come on for certain projects and they'll actually tell them shit. So where do you think they got that name from? Why of all the animals in the animal kingdom was it specifically a cheetah? A mechanized cheetah with a minigun on the back. So you have to understand, these are these inventions. And now they have this stupid movie coming out where it's like another Transformer type movie, but it's like, again, some stupid fucking derpy kid finds a high-tech multi-billion-dollar machine in the dumpster. It's like, first of all, that's a stupid, like that doesn't even make any sense, but fucking people eat it up because people are retarded. But he basically finds a dog, a robotic dog. And it's just, again, it's like another example of like, well, we know they have Big Dog. They have these robotic dogs. And also, it's funny, again, when laughing in our faces, go back a decade or so, consumer products, when you're walking in the mall, those little kiosks in the center of the mall and people always stop you and they want to ask you questions, like they always say, look at this. And they had the robotic weasels with the robotic ball, with the ball with a gyro inside and it spun. It was like a cat toy, but then they started selling them to actual human beings because human beings played with them more. Whatever, long story short, like Furbies and things like that. Well, do you remember those robotic dogs? Those robotic little teeny tiny dogs. And now look at the robotic industry today. Look what they've done. You're telling me that all of the people who have demonstrated, who have these videos on YouTube of some freaking some freaking expo in some other country that this is what this company came out with. No, where are the companies that aren't showing their technology? Because I guarantee there are companies out there that if they created that shit way back then, and then what we're supposed to believe that to make it bigger, to make it full scale and stronger, that's the most you can come up with? Really? When that comprehensive thing was simple plastic and metal and wiring and stuff, we can't bring that full scale and make that complex and more better? And so it bothers me. So again, it's like you get a movie, and then the movie is showing you something that is like what would be a future version, a militarized version of some machine toy that we've been predictively programmed with. And then what we get in real life is like, suppose this dumbed down version. And we're supposed to believe that reality is always much more simple, that reality looks more basic. Again, they do it on purpose, but they have that shit. They could easily reproduce that shit. It's like the same phenomenon as like watching Gravity, for example. Watching, not physical, not actual Gravity, but I'm saying the movie. Well, whatever. And then going back and looking at NASA, and it's like, well, wait a minute, why is real life look so much more cartoony and fake? But no, the movie that I know is fake is actually looks what real life looks like. That looks more realistic. But then what we get in NASA, it's like the camera quality and like the stuff, it doesn't look like that. The photographs, they don't look like that. It's like, you have to sit there and like, why do people buy that shit? So again, it's the same thing. You have a movie version of something, and it's like, oh no, that could never exist. But wait, why? Why can't it exist? That could totally exist. It still looks very real. It looks perfect. It makes sense. It's a machine. But then we think, oh, the modern equivalent is some basic form of that. Wait, why? Why all of a sudden is everything downgraded? Why is everything from movies then back to reality? We have to assume it's like looking at a photograph taken from a modern camera and then looking at a photograph of the same exact thing from a camera in the fucking 30s. Why is there's this clear big difference? Like, oh, because this is still reality, this is the most we can do. In movies, they can go the extra mile because they're just putting shit on digitally. Why not just build it for real? Why not build that exact fucking thing real? Why do we have to assume that, oh, we're not going to build that for real? Because they do it on purpose. They purposely limit what we design, what we build, and how we build it, and what gets released. So that, again, people in this world, they just keep our heads down, and then when we watch the movie, it's like, oh, that's fascinating. Because they have to add that contrast. If there isn't any contrast in the things that they control, and everything was streamlined and simple, people would be raising a lot more questions, and again, technologies like this would be coming out all the time. It would be hard to suppress stuff, right? Because you don't have this clear gap between what they know is reality and what we think is reality. And because while we're living in the real world and we think this is reality, and it isn't real because we have to think it, right? We have to think it instead of just know it. Do we know that this is reality? Do we know what can be reality? And see, that's the question people never ask themselves. Do you even know what is possible? Do you know what reality could be or what reality could look like? And for example, if let's say technologies like this came out. This is my point. Movies look like what reality could be had technologies like this come out. And that's my point. It's not fiction. It's not necessarily fake. Okay? It's just we suppress ourselves and reduce what we're going to do so that there is always going to be a contrast. There's always going to be this gap in a movie by comparison supposed to take place in the same time is actually a 10 to 15, 20 year gap of what we think we know is our current reality. And so that way we're always thinking reality. We're never just accepting reality or expecting reality. We're assuming it. And therefore our reality is easily manipulated and controlled because it's not something that's predetermined. It's something we're constantly waiting for because that's why they do that. They create this purposeful gap, this purposeful blank, this void, so that we do keep coming back and we do keep watching these things and we do keep observing because they want us to keep expecting. When in fact, most people don't even realize that those technologies are already out and we shouldn't have to expect this from reality. This should already be reality. And that's the sad truth. That is the sad reality to suppressed inventions and suppressed technologies. And when people fail to acknowledge, they go through their lives, they just in their phones all day, they work all day, it's 9 to 5. They have no other time to absorb any kind of information. They have absolutely no fucking idea about any of this stuff. Most people don't even know how to use a fucking computer. Most people who even matter, that is. Most people who are the parents of young children, and they're just going to keep programming and brainwashing their children because they themselves don't have the mind to actually go and do any kind of research. Because even if they could, I've met open-minded people. I have open-minded people in my family. But for example, some of those open-minded people who actually want to have conversations aren't worth it. Because even if they listen to me, even if they understand what I'm saying, the parent of a child or something, whereas I can talk to that person, but I can't talk to other people about certain subjects, they don't even know how to fucking use a computer. So everything I'm saying to them has no background, has no basis, has no follow-up. There's no proper leeway into that because they've never even had any understanding of that in the first place. So they're only hearing it by word and having to somehow assimilate images and things in their mind when they could be given comprehensive video and scenarios, but they don't even know how to they don't even know how to text. Let alone you telling me you think they know how to use fucking YouTube? They know. And then when they do, it's just they get caught up in all the same mainstream bullshit that everyone else is already pushing. Cat videos and sports videos and what's on the trending list, which is all a bunch of fucking pathetic, mind-numbing garbage. So there's so much garbage to sift through. It's literally, our world is left to us. If you're watching this and you're someone, it's like, I feel like I feel like every time I make a video, I have to make the video in like the format of like, I am legend. If you're out there and you can hear me, you know what I mean? Like, it's like, if anyone's out there, we are the survivors. Like, literally though, that's what it feels like. Because it feels like when you're preaching to the choir, when you're assuming that you're just talking to people that already know what you know. I mean, you have to understand like that's why it's so complicated to do what we do, to see what we see, and to try to fit in with everybody else. Because what they don't realize is they're all going to be fucking screwed when stuff happens. They're going to have no way to properly figure out why it's happening, where it's coming from, how to go about solving it, or even how to live their lives prior to something bad happening. Most people are so blind and so clueless that they're just going through life waiting for something bad to happen. They're going to get caught, stuck, knee deep in shit, head on collision, when and that's why it feels like talking to people like as if we're the last survivors of the earth, because the only people who are going to be able to survive, to be able to do anything about it, is those of us who are already aware. We're already going to be capable, and we're going to be away from those situations and have done stuff to prepare around it. Because everyone called us conspiracy theorists and criticized us and crucified us. I mean, called us weird and ostracized us and excommunicated us, right? For our views and our beliefs. Because we put research into our lives, because we've been more open-minded and we've been more keen to question. That's why I have to, it's like that. So that's literally like, when you think about it, we already are. It's like we already have to speak to each other like that. If I'm speaking to you, then I have to speak to you in terms of, if you're out there and you're listening to me and you're watching this and you understand what I'm saying, that we are the world's only hope. We already know these things. So we know that how to be prepared for it. We know what to do. We know when it's coming, how to see it coming, and we know how to, whatever. We're going to be around when nobody else is. When everyone else is trying to pick up the pieces, wondering, oh, the fuck is going on? Like trying to run around the chicken head, like its head cut off, like, figuring out what's going on, looking for help. We're gonna understand perfectly what happened and why it happened. Because those same people let it go on so long because they're so stupid and ignorant that they continue to be dependent upon these systems. They fail to see these background pieces that are slowly breaking apart. It's like in your current city. I guarantee wherever you live right now, you have potholes, right? You have potholes, or maybe there's a bridge you cross every day and you say, that bridge could be fixed up. That bridge could use a little work. It could use a little something. If anything, it could use a little painting, because without paint, you don't have any exterior layer to prevent rust. Whatever, long story short, my point is, that the infrastructure, it's like staying in that single place. Or for example, it's like living outside of that place and having a camera set on that pothole and watching a time lapse because no one ever comes by to fix it. And if you were to go out there and fix it, well, that would be against the law, right? That would be, you wouldn't be able to do that. You'd be fine. But then again, you have to think to yourself, well, hey, they never come out here anyways. How the fuck do they know? Whatever. My point is, it'd be like setting a camera on that pothole or setting a camera on that bridge outside your home or something, your loft, your apartment or whatever, and watching it slowly break down, knowing that it exists and it's something that's always been there and we use all the time, we take for granted, but its purpose is to be destroyed because they purposely let it destroy itself so that what happens when that bridge falls? Obviously, now it becomes a subject matter, right? It becomes an object of everybody's interest. Oh man, did you hear the bridge down? The bridge is down. Oh, somebody died on the bridge, blah, blah. Or now the city has to come in and pay for it. Creates a problem. Humanity is designed, right now our current system is set up for us to wait for problems to happen, for us to solve it. We're dependent on a lazy system because that's how they want us. And that's the reason why I figured that out. When I got into their mindset, after watching this video, realizing that they would go so far as to kill a 26-year-old guy for his modification of a currently accepted, a currently allowed Illuminati invention. And I say that because I'm trying to specify that it is something that is already currently allowed. Fuel. Okay, this robust machine that burns fuel, whatever. He simply modified it to make it more efficient, to make it more beneficial to not only the environment, but to the user, and be a little bit more cost effective. And even though it still falls in the category of these oil corporate elite sociopaths technology, simply because it benefited the environment and reduced the amount of money that they make per person on how much you could drive, they killed this young man to suppress his invention. And again, so this is what gets me into that mindset. This is what helps me realize, and I want you to now realize that this is the people, this is who we're dealing with. This is why they keep the world dependent. This is why they keep the world lagging in lackluster, slowly progressing when and how they want us to progress, so that things are breaking down all around us. We don't even see it, so that there will be something to create arguments. So there will always be a necessity. There will always be a void, and they will have something to fill that void immediately. They want these things to happen, just like they want martial law. They want a civil war. Everyone right now who's a truther, who's switched over ever since Donald Trump has been elected and thinking, okay, now we got to focus primarily on the politics again. You're wrong. You should have never done that, because you switched over to the whole political stuff again. And now, you think, oh, we need a civil war. There's going to be a civil war. We got to, all this stuff. And forgetting that, well, that's what they want. They still want a civil war. You see that all of this stuff is still happening on purpose. They've allowed all of this stuff to happen. They've allowed him to happen. They've allowed all of these things to happen for America right now, for example, to seem more, oh, we're getting back to being this and that. We got to start doing this, and this might happen again, and it's a good thing, whatever, all this gun stuff that was happening, whatever. They're doing it all on purpose because they want a civil war. They want us to come to a point where we think that the only way we're going to fix things is having a revolution. But any upset in this country, meanwhile, it's just people fail to acknowledge that. Most truthers got all like high sprung again on like focusing on the Constitution and the laws and like, oh, what makes this country great? And, let's focus on that right now and forget about all this other stuff because, yeah, we are going to be going to civil war, whatever. That's going to, be a good thing against all these liberals. Like, that's the biggest thing anyone even talks about now. And it's pulled everybody's attention. Everyone's just talking about that. That's exactly where they wanted you. Because, again, if you're there, well, you can't possibly think that your side is the good side or that any side is the good side. Because you have to remember, with all of our research, where do these people come from anyways? We know that it's controlled opposition. That these people that we think that we'd be going to get to war with or that a civil war would break out with, they're only there because they were created. They were put there. We remember how they were put there. We were watching every step of the way. We knew. So again, we were already watching things fall apart, knowing that this would become an argument. Again, and that's what I'm trying to say is that how many more social systems, how much more of our society, our social structure, our social behavior is yet to break apart that will be the next topic of discussion in, the 5 years from now, or your grandchildren's generation, or your grandchildren's children's generation or something. Like, it's just going to happen again and again and again because the world has been stretched out and prolonged. We could have everything summed up. We could have everything so much more advanced in a few years' time, given, like, again, technologies like this and other things. But the powers that be, the elite controllers of this world, the people who own and operate every aspect of society, the major corporations who control the banks, the money, the politics, okay? That's everything that we think is anything that makes the world what it is, right? That, behavioral, informational, economic, environmental. It's like everything is just it revolves around human invention, human systems. And when you have certain groups of human beings in control of those things, well, then it's inevitability that the world will function in that way. And so that's what I'm saying. The world functions slowly. We progress slowly because they want us to. Because the longer that they can extend things is just more years that people can be, stuck in this dependent system where there's less time that they have to question, less time that they have to focus on stuff because there's always something to talk about. There's always something to do, always something to pay attention to because we always have to keep earning so that when that new technology comes out, okay, well, we can get it. And so it creates this, that it gives it legitimizes in our minds, in predictive programming, it helps legitimize the reason for working every day. And that's the reason why that invisible gap exists. That invisible gap between what reality is, or at least what we think it is, and what reality could be, or at least what we think it could be. They control both of those things, so that there's this bubble forming between them, and that bubble is that basically the break in time. If you were to pop it, it's like time travel, right? What do they say time travel is, or warping? You have point A and point B. You have them on a piece of paper. Draw a straight line. From one point of the line is A, the other point is B. If you take that piece of paper, which is two-dimensional, and you bend it, now it's three-dimensional. Now, guess what? You have this loop. You have this shorter point between A and B, and you can go right through it, right? That's like time travel, or that's like, warp hole or black hole theory or whatever. Basically, what I'm trying to say is that time, with this fictional bubble, this ideological bubble, the bubble that holds in the power of predictive programming. If we were to pop that bubble, all of the manipulation, all of the predictive programming, the mind control, and the ideology would fade away. Because it's that bubble that represents both sides of that thing. We have to travel around it constantly, and it's constantly moving and spinning, and so we're always going around and around and around, coming back and forth to the same thing as time goes on, slowly coming full circle to get from point A to point B and back and forth again as they slowly release technology, because it takes us time to go over the curve. Whereas if we were to cut right through it, cut right through the bullshit, see through it, we'd realize that why are we wasting so much time to bridge the gap between A and B when we should be able to do that? It's the bubble that creates the codependency on the environment, that helps build the ideology and basically puts a foundation for the malleability and the manipulation of the human mind, the human psyche, by legitimizing the social structure, which is our dependency on earning money, going to work. Because again, it's that simple comparison, is that we know what we have and we know what the future holds. And so if I'm working right now to earn money, then I'll have that money, so by the time that thing comes out, I'll be able to buy it. That's how they keep people so many noises, just weird noises. It is 4 a.m, but every so often there's like these weird sounds. Anyways, that's what keeps people, dependent. That's what keeps everybody working, and you get all these things. And so meanwhile, while you're living that life, there's all these other things that distract us, and all these other things that going on. And then there's, within that, even on the mainstream, there's still too much for people, for the common person to still even grasp, to understand. And so with all of that distraction, now if you start to paint that picture, you can see how it's easier to look out in society and see how that's possible, see how control is possible. And that's what I'm trying to do with these videos, is I'm trying to, when I feel like it, find ways to express, to evaluate, and paint a picture on the mindset, on the way it works. And I don't think a lot of people do. A lot of people cut to the chase, and they'll talk about stuff on the level, on the surface of like, yeah, this is what they're doing, but not so much how they're doing it or why they're doing it. But it's for control. It's purely for control. It's just manipulation. And the longer that human civilization is kept in the dark, is just more time that they have to do whatever they want, to be gods among men, to be the rulers, just like they were in the old days. They've just perfected their methods, and things have become more secret. Rituals have become more secret. Although we are now starting to, a lot of Masonic traditions, a lot of things, they are starting to put these things out there. They're pushing more for their traditions and their rituals. Whereas before, people worship gods, people worship human gods. They worship pharaohs and kings and rulers. And then those rulers would do things in secret and only certain people were allowed. And those are the original secret societies. And that same knowledge is what extends into today and what many of these secret societies are. But basically, they've been doing most of that stuff behind doors, but they've also kind of hidden the fact more that we've been worshiping. But now we're coming back to that age, that era where they want to be seen, and they're eventually going to be seen because they want more and more of their rituals to actually become commonplace in the family unit. They're starting to desensitize us more. They're starting to show us more of the things that used to go on behind closed doors, and now it's open for all to see. And people, young children especially, are much more susceptible to seeing the kind of perverse sexuality and these things that are going on. They get it in their video games and their cartoons and their movies, and they find it on the internet very easily, and they're being taught in schools and very subtly putting in place things that are what normally are Masonic rituals or initiation rites or rites and rituals basically that have existed from back in the day and are now starting to come out in the public, and they'll do it any way they can. In fact, even that whole Pizzagate thing, most people agree that it was a psyop as well as being a legitimate thing. It wasn't completely a psyop, but the part of it that was a psyop is that it even came out. Why they wouldn't never let that out. They've kept a wrap on those activities for a very long time. They would, and the fact that they started throwing certain people under the bus, especially around the same time those are the elements that are psyops. But still, now everyone knows about that, and then it becomes jokes and all this other stuff, and it extends so far that kids talk about it, kids are hearing about it. They still did it on purpose, any way they can, to start legitimizing the reality, to start putting these thoughts in people's heads that otherwise weren't there. No one's thinking about that stuff, and they shouldn't be thinking about that stuff. Doesn't mean they shouldn't know about it in the sense that, oh, it's bad, this is what's happening. But if it wasn't happening in the first place, right, then needing to know about it at all, we wouldn't ever need to know about it. No one would know about it. No one would be doing it because it's not happening. And so the world is better off, right? So they don't care. They don't care if it comes out. That's why they did that. They planned it perfectly because they're starting to slowly desensitize people. Now everyone's hearing and getting used to the idea of pedophilia and stuff. That's just happening. Everything starts out that way, and they know that too. They're using the same methods of cognitive dissonance against us to get normal people that aren't us, used to the things that they want them to be used to before we get them used to the things that we're trying to get them used to. People are not listening to us, but they're listening to, of course, anything that they already believe is truth, coming from the media, coming from the mainstream. And so guess what? They're all going to go through the same 4 stages of denial. So I'm telling you for a fact, it doesn't matter. They want people to know about it. They know that people are going to say, oh, that's awful. And it is awful. People should know it's awful. But does that mean that 5 years from now, people are going to think that it's awful? The more that it's talking about, the more that, and on top of that, then it's still, meanwhile, it's secretly being subliminalized everywhere, and people are watching movies, and they're taking their kids, and everyone's laughing at it. People, I'm telling you for a fact, 10 to 15 years from now, the more that this stuff keeps happening, humanity is going to start turning more of a blind eye to that kind of stuff. And that's exactly what they want. And that's why they don't care if they talk about it from the perspective of, well, they're feeding it to us and they want us to think it's evil. They don't care. They want us to know about it, period. It's the same thing in reverse, right? Why won't people talk about the flat earth? Why won't all these supposed super smart people who are globalists, why won't they even entertain the idea of the flat earth? Because in that way, talking about it still gives credence to the idea, still puts it in people's minds, oh, I should look this up. Because this legitimate person that I look up to, that I respect, since I'm a globe head and believing in the globe, is now talking about the earth being flat? I want to look that up for myself. You see what I'm saying? So it's reverse psychology. It goes both ways. If you give a mouse a cookie, he's going to want milk. It doesn't matter how you tell. It's again, and people should know this. People should know this, right? When parents have children and they tell their children, that's bad, don't do those things. What are the first things the kids do? They're fascinated by it. They're mystified by it. They want to do it. They want to do that thing because they were told they couldn't. And before they even knew why they couldn't. They're innocent. They have no idea. So now, as a, reverse psychology, they want to do it. So telling them it's bad is still telling them, you know what I'm saying? And now you have this idea in your head, and it just takes a little bit of time for people to, at first, reluctantly, okay, sure, but then they're curious about it. And that's exactly what they want. So in the same way, do you think that they would come out and talk about the flat earth negatively? No. Because then over time, it's going to have more of that same effect. People are going to come out of denial. They're going to go through the stages of denial where, like, again, all information is first, whatever, denied. Then it's, aggressively something, and then whatever, in the final stage, it's accepted or whatever. I should probably know them by heart by now, but I don't. My point is, you know it. I know it. You get the idea. Basically, it's at first, you go through these stages, you don't believe in it, then you oppose it, and then eventually you do come around to accepting it as truth. So, in the same way, they are using those methods against us. So you just have to look at that. You have to start, again, really take a look at what's going on and understand how it works. Because most of the tools you need to predict the future, most of the things you need to understand what's happening, they're not physical. Okay? It will all be ideological. Most of the stuff is just philosophical. It's something that you have to perceive, something you have to evaluate in your mind. It's a conclusion. It's like something you can't necessarily see. It's not tangible because most of the time it's just words, it's thoughts. And these are the things that we really have to watch out for because they have the most power in manipulating and shifting reality. And so while everyone's distracted on the physical means, the physical things, the physical barriers and possessions, what we need to start focusing more on what is being said and what it looks like is happening. We need to start seeing the invisible aspect, the ideological aspect of the physicality, the physical world, is the idea of the bridge breaking down. Not so much the bridge waiting till the bridge to physically break down, or so much worrying, like seeing that the bridge is physically in the process of breaking down. It's the idea that, okay, what if this bridge breaks down? Or what if it doesn't? What impact does that have? That's the way we need to start looking at society. So yes, physical things are a stepping stone, body language, everything. But to truly understand the way they manipulate our reality, you have to look at reality in terms of what you can't see. Because if the future is yet to behold, the future is what we can't see, it's not happening, then again, in order to see the future, you have to try to just imagine, to create, to use what you know now to see something that otherwise you can't see, that otherwise is not currently possible to come into existence. Or is it? Or is it? You see what I'm saying? Because if you do see it, once you see anything, then you can bring it into reality. And that's how they simply manipulate reality. It's just seeing something that nobody else sees or coming up with something that nobody else has come up with. Again, that's like how inventions come up with, right? Someone has an idea, and then they manifest it into physical space. And then it becomes a reality. So what's the future? The future is basically just like what a child is able to do. A child in their imagination playing their game, could simply just imagine a cell phone being something much different in the future, looking differently, sounding differently, acting differently. And it could be some crazy thing. But that's still the future because the reality is if you can see it, well, then you can bring it into reality in some way, and then it exists. So the future is really anything. All the future is simply seeing our current world differently, innovating upon every aspect of society and changing it. And that's the reason why they're able to control us, because they see it that way, and so they're able to make slight changes and control us slowly over time, which elongates the amount of time that we are in control, we are under control. But if we were to just right now, and this is the reason why they suppress these inventions, because it's someone who is just right now, for example, in this time, I came up with something, and then they're bringing something that could be who knows how far off in the future normally, and they're manifesting in reality. And that's another reason why they don't like inventors in the first place, because they're manifestors of reality. A lot of people forget that physical manifestation if physicality is our reality, then if you had the power to manifest physical objects, then aren't you a creator God? Wouldn't you start seeing that, I'm a little bit like, there's some real powerful stuff to that. There's real meaning to that. People who are really skilled with their hands, skilled workers. There's a reason why, again, the secrets of the masons, the builders, the fabricators of what? Reality. Society. Okay? So now you start seeing everything come full circle, don't you? You start seeing how it makes sense. That building is the manifestation, is manifestation, is by definition, is manifesting, is the creation of something, then people who are able to physically build, to physically manifest, to bring words forth into life, that's a great power. And that's part of the secret society's ancient knowledge, is regarding this power, holding it at the highest. They believe themselves to be gods among men, or gods in general, or the gods, because just as a god or divine creator created them or created our existence, they have the power. That's why they're focused on controlling what they can control. The world now, the world as it is, our world here, they'll control us. If they can't make their own worlds, they'll find ways to do that. But again, that's why these industries like movies and video games are part of these secret societies, are heavily controlled industries, and are the only industries that could be used to create this gap but also control us, because it's those industries that even give them the ability to manipulate and create entire worlds out of thin air, to control worlds, to live fictional lives. So now you can start to see that it's really, the real power in this world is about physical creation. That's why there will always be this. There will always be inventors who die of mysterious causes or get suppressed, because if they're not masons or they're not part of the secret societies, you don't hear about those guys. Because if they're masons, well, then they go along with the deals. They get paid and they do whatever the fuck. It's these guys that were just regular people who had the knowledge, who had basically Masonic knowledge or God knowledge. They had creator knowledge of what would be at the time. These men would be pharaohs. These men would be worshipped men. The Illuminati and the people who are currently in secret societies are afraid of anybody else outside of the secret societies who have equal knowledge, who have the equal ability to be geniuses in whatever field they're geniuses in. Because if you can physically manifest, if you can physically make manifest into our reality, which is reality, which becomes reality, an object, then you are someone to be feared. Because then you can just pull, because what's stopping anybody from imagining, okay, well, maybe I can come up with a new gun and just at least try to build it. And then who knows? Maybe I stumble upon building something. And then it's like, holy shit, I have this. Right? It's like the idea of like spiritually forging weapons, spiritually forging the armor of God around you. You know what I'm saying? You do things in the mind, but what if you were to then physically forge some armor? Now you have physical armor, as well as a spiritual armor, a mental armor. So again, the power that they are afraid of is anyone who knows that they can bring manifestation, that they can bring the metaphysics into the physics, blending those two worlds together. That's what they're afraid of, because that's how they control us. By constantly using metaphysics and ideology and philosophy and these things that are of the mind, of the soul, and using them control the things that are of the body, the things that have where the power resides. If they can control where the power resides, then that's how they can manipulate the real power, which is they can control our minds. They can control how we think, why we think, when we think, and they can do things to prevent us from questioning. They can do things and manipulate society in our education systems and so on and so forth to manipulate how we think, so that people grow up in a world where they're taught and told to do things, and so that's why they're afraid of any time people like me and people like these inventors who are still critical thinkers and out-of-the-box people who weren't susceptible to the programming from an early age. They were able to slip through what? The matrix of reality. We're able to slip through the cracks. And now we see from the outside looking in, and that's where they sit. And they don't want to share their seats of God. That's why, again, it's like God is always, and they depict him in the movies too. What's his face from the Hunger Games, or what's his face from the Truman Show. Every time you have this God figure, it's this person who is able to sit behind. So again, Who is the God in making the movies? The God in movies is the director. That's why it's the best position in Hollywood. The most talked about, revered position, the highest paid position. Directors. The most secretive. The most, you hear more about actual celebrities and actors. You never really hear about the directors, do you? Their lives are real secret. And they're the ones who usually have deeper ties, deeper Masonic ties, all that stuff. Because they're the ones who are the gods, because they can create entire worlds and they're sitting behind it. They're the observers. So again, why is it that everyone hates, or these people especially, why is it that people who are sitting up from the outside looking in will find that you're suddenly, why is my life difficult? Why does it feel like people are watching me? Or why does it feel like someone's trying to make it hard for me to live my life? Even before you know about these things. You know why? Because you're sharing a seat with the gods among men. You're in a position that is believed to be a godly position. Because what is God to us? God is someone on the outside looking in, isn't he? Look outside, looking in on his creation, being able to observe everything, every aspect of it, and manipulate it, and understand right from wrong. You're an intelligent, capable person, and the reason why secret societies and these fraternities and stuff want people to join the societies, because they want those kinds of people, because they believe that those are the people who deserve to do that, because they'd be the ones who would be great leaders of industry, great politicians. And that's the reason why they've already, in the Bohemian Grove and all these other places, they're all part of the same thing, because they already pick and choose from the litter of the people who they know could fit in and continue to manipulate the world. And that's why they're all best buddies and friends. No company really competes with one another. Because, for example, all companies actually work in conjunction with one another, and they all base their prices off of one another. You know what I'm saying? It's just, that's what they do. They're all part of the same clique. And so that's the reason why it's very dangerous. That's the reason why you hear about inventors who died. Because the moment anybody has an opportunity in a position of power or influence to make positive change, they're afraid of that person. They will kill you, or they will discredit you. They will make you seem like a fucking crazy person. Why? Because you are in a position on the outside looking in. And the reason why they don't like you is because you don't share their views and ideologies. And so because you don't share their views and ideologies of the world, they can't afford for you to be out there. They can't afford for you to be out there on your own doing things if you don't share their vision of the world. Because then you're going to be manipulating reality outside of their interest, and therefore they don't have control anymore. So again, it's about control, it's about power, it's about money. So even if you come up with, even if you're someone out there, if you're someone watching this video and you're an inventor or an entrepreneur, guess what? Good luck. Best of luck to you. Even if you come out with something that's going to slightly manipulate a current thing, you know, you better really know what you're doing if it's going to be something that obviously you'd want it to have an impact on the environment. You want it to have a better impact on the environment, maybe be more cost effective. Guess what? You better be careful, because it doesn't matter if you think to yourself you're safe, because you're dealing with technologies that they allow. They don't care. It's not about the technology. It's not even about the fuel. It's not even about anything. It's about money, and it's about control. It's always about control. The bottom line is control. It's never about the physical. It's always about the metaphysical. If you control the metaphysical, if you're on the outside looking in, you have a God seat. You have a God's eye view, because you're like sitting on the outside of your invention. So now you're in the position of God. You can be within God's world and still be as God, still sit as God sits, looking at the world. Therefore, what makes that, and that's the reason why they feel they're so entitled, because they wake up and every morning they think to themselves, what makes me so different from God, right? And the reason why they say that, and the reason why they can say that, the reason why I can say that, is because as a man sitting in this position, if this is still God's creation, well, I'm still looking at God's creation. From the outside looking in, I'm observing it all, analyzing it, figuring out how it can be better, how I can control it, how I can make it better for my life, how I can make it work for me, how I can work and manipulate it. Therefore, even though I'm a man, maybe in somewhere else, God actually is a man and always was a man, but he's an infinite man. So I could be infinite too. So again, you start to see this is the way they think. Devious purposes, maniacal purposes aside, why they have to do that, I don't fucking know. But what I'm trying to say is when you're sitting on the outside looking in, really, you are. What makes you any different from God? Let's say God is a metaphysical being and you are a physical being. Well, technically you're in the same position. If this is his creation and he's outside looking in, then based on that position, I'm still looking from the outside in on his creation. It might as well be my creation too. And that's what I'm saying. And that's the way they see the world. That's the way these elitist bastards see themselves. They see themselves as being no different from God or a God or any God or the God because they have put themselves in positions, entitled positions, where they have all control. And that control comes from money, which they created. To create control. They have control over resources then because they've controlled the people and they've controlled the minds. And so therefore now they're in positions where they can build things and they have access to things all over the world that nobody else has access to. And as a result of that, they can literally move mountains. They can literally order entire villages killed. They can order entire cities be built anywhere in the world. And that's what they do all the time. So you can understand why they have a maniacal thing, why they can become easily corrupted. Because with all that power, with all of that influence, they see themselves as God. And then as God, if God is pure and reflected, he's automatically forgiven. They believe that they can be judge and jury and executioner. They also believe that they can just forgive themselves, which is why they believe that they can, molest people, molest children, and do all kinds of sick, horrible fucking things because they believe that they're still pure, that God is above all. And so they believe that they can meddle in both affairs. Because as they understand it, God is equally the same person as the devil. They don't see them two as being separate, that they might not even be separate, that they're alternate personalities of the same being. Because if God is perfect, God is balanced. And therefore they believe that's why they can do what is perceptibly evil, like child molestation and shit, things that are horrible, cruel. That's the reason why they think they can just kill and get away with it, because they feel like they're always perfectly in balance. They can both do good and bad things, and it's not going to make the slightest difference. And you know what? They might be right in some ways. Whether or not those of us decide to start doing bad things, I'm not saying that. Because we have still grown up in a world where we perceive them to be bad and we know nothing else. Even though good and bad is then still only a perception, does it really affect what happens to us in the afterlife? No. We don't know, because we also have no real fucking clue of what the afterlife even is. So, all of these things combined, you can see how easy it is for someone to be confused, for someone to just get used to that position, to get used to that power as a physical man, as a man, and be totally susceptible to all kinds of physical pleasure and all kinds of perverseness. So, we also have to understand that they are still innocent. In some way, I know it seems weird, but in some small way, these people are still fooled by their own, they've fooled themselves. They've gone so deep into their own minds that they've been able to fool themselves. And in some way, they are still originally innocent, and that it was that innocence that was able to get them to where they are. In the same way that a child is innocent, but a child can do wrong, a child can act up without knowing. They're not innocent because as adults, full-grown people, they know, but they only know, or only at least assume that they know it's bad because they were told it's bad. Who told them it was bad? Or did anyone tell them it was bad? Because what we know is that they're already the controllers of the world and controllers of our education and controllers of the modern church. It's them telling us it's bad, but then they're doing it in private. So I'm not going to get into that whole argument, because then it would start seeming like I'm defending the right to kill, it started going to seem like I'm going to make an argument for defending what we believe is immoral. I'm not going to do that, because I don't agree with that. I do believe that there are universal truths, and things are universally wrong and horrible. So I'm not going to get into that. I'll let you, make your own discernment for that. But basically, these people, these rulers of our world, are currently, they're just like you and me, and they could be anybody. It's just most people maybe are dumb or aren't as intelligent but it's also mostly they just did it first. They took control of something that nobody else took control of, and from there, this is where you get leaders of industry. You know, you go back to the industrial age in America. You know, the J.P. Morgan, Rockefeller, Rothschilds, all these people, they were owned fuel, they owned coal, steel, wood. So they owned anything that we could use to manufacture. So of course they owned the fucking world. Of course they made all their money. Of course they're the richest people in the world. Of course this is the reason why these elitist families, or this is the reason why these people are elites. Because these were the leaders of industry. They owned anything that we could possibly ever need, and they controlled it. The very tools and materials needed to build. If that is everything to us, if that is obviously our whole livelihood, and they made it so that you can't just get those things on your own and build a home, if they controlled and made it a monopoly, made it a system, then holy shit, those people are the fucking rulers of the world. So it's not very hard. It really isn't. For people to be still so skeptical and in denial of, no, there aren't any elite, there aren't any controllers of the world, and like, it's totally, for some reason, it's totally impossible for me to see that someone with a lot of money can simply be bad. Like, for some reason, it's just, it's so fucking impossible or improbable. Like, they just really just refuse to see it. They know how easy it is to see. And they know how probable it is. But the reason why they don't is because they're afraid. Because the moment they accept that notion, they have to agree with you. They have to at least assume that everything else you're saying is right. And they don't want to do that because then they're a conspiracy theorist. And they don't want to believe in any of that stuff because they feel it's going to rapidly change their life. And what is their life? Their life is sex, drugs, and rock and roll. Maybe not literally, but you get my point. They believe they're already conformed. They've conformed. They're comfortable with living a lie, and that's why they'll always be ashamed to simply accept something that is so blatantly evident in that human beings can be bad. Human beings can do wrong. So just because someone's a celebrity, they're all saints. Just because someone's a politician, they're all fucking saints. No, absolutely not. And it's like, but that's literally what people think when they want to debate you and say, no, you're wrong. Well, my whole basis, everything that I could ever possibly say is simply based upon the fact that people can do bad things. So what's to stop somebody from having a lot of money from doing something bad than someone who doesn't have money from doing bad? People can do bad. So now that you know that exists, it's not hard to see that these people exist. And I hate that. I hate it. And it's so easy. But literally every conspiracy theory can be boiled down to one simple fucking thing. And I think that's the reason why people just don't even want to talk about it. Because they know that really what we're saying is true. They know it's true. They know that it has to be true. Because what's true and what's obvious is that clearly people can be bad. So there's nothing stopping somebody who has billions of dollars from being evil. And that's the reason why they call us conspiracy theorists and they don't even want to entertain what we have to say. And that's because they don't want to put it in their heads. They don't want to think about it. And I understand why, because sometimes because they know, well, obviously someone who's super evil, who has billions of dollars could easily do a lot of horrible, fucked up things. They just don't even want to think about that. That's fine. But everyone knows it's true. Everyone at one day, everyone's going to know it's true. We're not going to be alone. Everyone's going to know it. And it might be after some really horrible fucking thing happens, or it might be while something really horrible fucking happens. But there will come a day where everybody's going to know once and for all. Be like, you know what? It's true. I just was comfortable, living a lie and, whatever. Anyways, my point is, long story short, coming to this point that, they took control of the world and it's easy for them to do that. And you can understand that, how that is. But again, doing that, even though they're full-grown people and they're doing bad things, the reason why I say there's still some innocence there is because as human beings, whether or not they had intention to do those things purposely, whether or not they were already corrupt, nobody's born corrupt. So they become corrupt because they find that it's easy, or they get pushed to a certain limit, or simply they have enough money to do it, and so they do it. They try it, and they get a taste for it, and they continue to do it. So that's really basically it. That's how it happens. So even though as a full-grown person they know that from that it's wrong, but from the beginning they were an innocent person. It was that the power corrupted them. So all people are originally innocent. It could prove that the most evil person in the world, it still proves that human beings, as children are innocent. All children are innocent. They're the most innocent of us all. And they always will be. And I think that's where people get the saying, ignorance is bliss. Because in that innocence, there's a lot of ignorance. But I don't think that it's a good thing. And so does that mean that innocence is a bad thing? I think that you know, just like everything, there needs to be balance. And I think that, yes, innocence is bad on its own, just like ignorance is bad on its own. But it's not, for example, my saying is, it's the choice of ignorance that is bliss. Meaning, the way I see it, and I think this actually is true, it makes much more sense, and you might as well, is that that obviously ignorance on its own is bad, because then it's ignorant to all things, and some of those things might be good. But when it's put in check, when you have the choice and choose what to be ignorant of, now ignorance, that's when ignorance can be a good thing. And so I think innocence is bad, just like being totally good is bad. Because if you don't have a hard, you know, like, for example, if you don't have a hard bone in your body, if you don't, like, you know, form a tough exterior when you start becoming a teenager, adult, start becoming influencer, if you're always just this innocent person, it can be seen as weakness. And in fact, it is. It is weakness. It wouldn't actually be good to be all innocent. Just like it wouldn't be good to be all goody-goody two-shoes, right? To be I'm the perfect person, I'm just so nice, and because you're the most gullible person. Because if there is evil in the world, because first of all, you have to remember, there will never be all evil, and there will never be all good. If there was all good, then there wouldn't even be a world. There'd be no experience. There would be no balance. It would just be all good, and it would actually be bad. Because as a matter of perception, all good would be repetitively the same thing. There would be no meaning to our existence. We wouldn't exist. It actually would and could happen. There has to be something different. There has to be there has to be contrast. And again, this is part of their power. They know that. And this is what I was talking about before, the power of contrast, the power of duality and opposites. Well, in this contrast, you can't have good without evil, and you can't have evil without good. Why? Because without evil, there's no perception of good, and without good, there's no measure of evil. There's no perception. So there's nothing anyway. So what would it be? We don't even know. You can't possibly know. So therefore, it proves that inevitably we came from a singular point because we've had to know something. It's inevitable that there was something to be known, which means going back to a singularity of consciousness, there was a definite point, that there is a definitive, that nothing is truly endless or oblivious or unending or just non-existent. There was a perfect finite existent, and whether that finite existent is God or is a singularity of consciousness or just an energy source, all life and all forms of existence stems from that. And you can prove that by simply trying to, for example, it's like, I want you to create a shape that doesn't exist, or better yet, come up with a number that doesn't exist. Come up with a letter to the alphabet, or any alphabet that doesn't exist. You know what? You can't. You won't be able to. Come up for a shape, come up with a color that doesn't exist. You can't. You know why? Because everything comes from a single source. It proves that there is a beginning, that there truly is a beginning, that there is a point where there's nothing past that point. Not in the sense that, there's a point that there's nothingness, and so therefore there's, in other words, literally nothing past that point. No, when I mean there's nothing past that point, I mean that it's not then and it goes on into pure nothingness for infinity. No, I mean that it's just that. In other words, okay, take a white piece of paper. To build my analogy, you take a white piece of 8.5 by 11 sheet of paper, and I want you to draw, or just get like a colored pencils or crayons or something like that, whatever colors you can find, and just draw as many, whatever, just draw as many colors you can find. If you want it, if you have enough colors for all colors of the rainbow, whatever. Just put 6 lines of different color in the middle of the page, in the center of the page. Okay? Sorry. And then take a big circle. Take like take black, like a permanent marker or a pencil. And on the right side, draw a big circle. That circle is everything you know now. That circle is us. That circle is current. That circle is time. That circle is the future. That circle is moving forward. Now, those 3 colors, now look on the left. The left is still part of the blank white sheet of paper, right? Go from that and go off. That's what you would see. That's what most people would commonly see. That, okay, well, yes, that's the beginning, but then there's nothingness before that. No. This is what I'm saying. Flip the paper over. And now on the very edge of the paper, draw your first line of color. And now from there, draw the lines of color. And now draw to the other end of the paper, connecting to the other edge, a circle in black. That's what I'm trying to say. That's purely the beginning. That nothing as in true, actually nothing. Not infinite nothingness, not nothing as its separate thing, but truly that as a point. Now you might say, oh, well, theoretically, off of the paper itself is then still the effortless void of nothing, that hold this paper in any position in the room and any other side opposite to that line of color is the void of nothingness. It still represents the void. No. No matter where you put it, it still represents the single point. The single point that it just purely begins and ends. In other words, like the Bible says, God is the beginning and the end. It's just one singularity. That is all existence. That's what we need to worship. Okay? So knowing that, that's what I'm trying to say. So innocence, to prove that innocence, all in itself, is a bad thing. Because if you're totally innocent, you grow up in life and you're always innocent, and you never form a hard exterior, that innocence will plague you. Because if innocence depends on ignorance, if innocence comes from you're always forgiven because you're not at fault because you don't know what you do, right? It's like that saying, forgive them for they know not what they do. I've said that a lot, but I think that applies only to children. I really do. I think that passage in the Bible, when Jesus Christ says that, I really don't think he's referring to all people. I mean, maybe he is in the context, but sometimes I think that it mostly does apply to children. or maybe it does apply to all people, even girls. But what I'm trying to say is that whether you're old or young, you can still be innocent, even though you know what you're doing. You have to have that contrast. All innocence is not good, and all ignorance is not good. It's the choices. It's the knowing. You have to know. We were meant to know. And again, most people who are theologically challenged or biblically challenged, one of the things that most people come back to is debate, as far as debating God's existence, at least the Christian God's existence, is this part in the Bible where Satan tempts Adam and Eve and gives them the knowledge of good and evil. Well, why would a good, caring, all-knowing God, who literally just created these two people, knowing that Satan was going to fall, why did he let that happen? My theory for that, my proof for that is, again, contrast. It was never a separate person. They're both the same person. But yes, because God can see into the future, and he saw all of that, he then equally saw infinitely into however long it would be into the future until what Revelations talks about. In other words, by allowing that to happen, he also allowed it to happen because he couldn't do anything about it. He wasn't going to, because he knew it was going to happen anyway. So by knowing that it was going to happen, then okay, it's going to happen. And so by letting it happen, my theory is that it actually creates stronger people. It's going to eventually create, because now that we know, now that we have all this stuff to go through, whereas God's followers, well, like I said, if we were to carry on without being tempted, then Adam and Eve, there would be a pointless creation. God would get tired of that creation. And that's why he allowed it. Of course he allowed it, because he is God and he knows all. It doesn't seem like that's the thing, but it's like it's like the Powerpuff Girls. Like obviously that's presented as it's supposed to be a mistake. He didn't want to add it, but it's the necessary ingredient. While we're reading it, you're reading it and you know God knows that it was going to happen. And then we say, okay, but yes, exactly, he knows. It was still part of the plan. He let it happen. We misread it and forget that it was a necessary ingredient. We read it and think, oh, he let it happen. But no, we're not reading it in the different tone thinking, yes, he let it happen. As in, he was supposed to. He was always going to let it happen. Yes, because he knew it was going to happen. We even read that. It's just we always read it out of context. So it's not proof against his existence in that saying like, oh, if Africa exists, God doesn't exist. Because why would God let Africa exist in that? Like, it's stupid. I hate people bring up that argument. No. God allowed Satan or that alter ego or that side of him that was evil to fall. Because remember, if we, by perception, good is what we know is good, Adam and Eve were already living good, so it was not showing them the knowledge of both good and evil. When they say both good and evil, it's showing them evil. He purely showed them evil. But in doing so, again, evil could only then give you the perception of good. That's why it's worded that way. Gave them the perception of both good and evil, because they were already good. And so he gave them the perception of evil and what was wrong, and therefore what to be ashamed of, and put thoughts in their mind instantaneously. And it resulted to the temptation. It resulted to the fall. But God needed evil then. That's what I'm saying. God's alter ego, that is Satan, is simply the evil side of this singularity. Is the duality, is just the separate part, is the natural forces in all the universe and all existence. The final point is good, and then there's evil. And so it's not that it was never meant to happen. It was always meant to happen. And you shouldn't read it like he let it happen. No. Simply it happened. Because it was still part of his creation story and what was needed to finalize his creation. Otherwise, his creation would not be complete. He'd be a singular God of a split duality, constantly observing this boring creation that doesn't serve any purpose and doesn't need to serve him because they're living perpetually in bliss. So obviously he had to create contrast, which led to modern day, where we are now, all of these fucking things happening, so that, again, in that, we can simply become stronger believers in faith because we have contrast, because we have the knowledge of both good and evil, and we see all these bad things happening. What does it make us do? It makes us grow stronger in our faith. So it creates what? A stronger being. It was a necessary thing so that it works for itself to, over time, create stronger people. And I'm going to make a smaller example since I'm talking about the elite. They gave us technology, they come out, like they want, they monitoring us and controlling us. And but then, for example, like they mind control us and they program us to accept all this technology, and we have all the smartphones and the computers and all of this, surveillance technology. They are watching us. But what's even easier is with the social networking is they've simply created a system that they can just give it to us and let us watch ourselves. And now we're totally surveying ourselves. They don't even have to do it because we're doing it ourselves. So it's just like putting something in the way that as part of the plan is going to work for itself. That's like real perpetual motion in the sense that it's just like something that works, and then you don't need to keep intervening at that point. It's always going to be there. It's going to work it for itself. It's going to constantly recycle itself and serve the purpose that you wanted it to serve in the first place without ever having to lift a finger ever again. It basically, in other words, you set it in motion. So, for example, all of our technology, all of the social networking, all of the bullshit, and all of the predictive programming and subliminal messaging and brainwash that led humanity to be so fucking, controlled by all that stuff. Like everyone needs it, everyone does it, their whole personalized, and then they're concerned about privacy, and then the elite, create these controlled disasters and riots to, again, perpetuate the need for security and surveillance. And so again, meanwhile, what is everyone doing? They're already doing it themselves, and they know that. So they set the wheels in motion. You do a few things, you put a few cogs in the machine, and now everything falls into place, and the machine starts turning. And it took minimal effort. So God, that's literally what he did when he gave us the knowledge of evil. It created this contrast that all of a sudden was this wheel that turned, and now the wheel is got its own momentum. And once the wheel picked up momentum, it just starts turning for itself, and it starts rolling downhill. And as a result of that, those two things play off of each other. And look at our world. There's a lot of really good people in the world, and there's a lot of things that have made people better, and there's a lot of evil people in the world, and their evil can actually be perceived as good and evil at the same time, because a lot of things are necessary to happen. Because if they never happened, there would have been a lot of good things that never came out of it as a result. And so everything can be up for debate. And I'm not trying to justify any evil deed or action or thing that has happened bad as a result of these overseers, these fucking overlords. But I am saying that on the most basic fundamental level, good and evil need each other. That all things are meant to happen. That it's just we just have to wait. We just have to keep going on this great journey, this ride. Enjoy this experience that we were given. Do what we're going to do. You can choose to be bad or you can choose to be good, knowing that it's perfectly okay for both or whatever, in whatever way, because there will always be someone good and there will always be someone evil. There will always be someone worse than you and there will always be someone better than you. And we'll just enjoy this ride until we actually finally know what we're meant to know one day. And that's it. That's all we can really do. It's this experience. Otherwise, there would be no point to even exist, because we'd be perpetual bliss all the time. In other words, pure ignorance. Or in other words, pure innocence. Or in the opposite spectrum, pure evil, pure chaos and destruction. Well, then both sides don't make any sense. They cannot possibly survive. You cannot possibly survive in a world that's pure chaos, evil, and destruction if there's no rebuilding. And you can't survive in a world where there is no contrast and there's nothing to build, because there's no need to build, or there's no need to rebuild, or there's no need to progress or to innovate, because there's nothing to become better than. There's nothing to become stronger than. There's nothing to learn from. Which means if we lived in a world where everybody was goody-goody two-shoes all day, every day, it would be a horrible fucking world, because we wouldn't know anything else, and therefore we wouldn't even need to know anything. And if that was the case, why the fuck are we even alive? Because then as a physical being, we would literally serve no purpose, no other purpose. We actually serve more of a purpose to God or to a creator, knowing that we have the ability to choose good over evil or evil over good at any given time to, whatever. To keep all of his creation in reproduction for infinity. And that's why I don't believe for one second that the actual world or our actual planet, whatever it is, will ever actually fade, nor do I ever even believe that the human race from the beginning of time was a thing that could ever be wiped out completely, nor do it we'll always be here. There will always be the human species for infinity. That's my belief. My other belief on the afterlife is, my particular belief on the afterlife is we make our own afterlife. When we've gone through this life and we have the choice, if we know enough, then we can do that. But if you don't know enough, you're doomed to repeat it. Or if whatever you believe the most. So if you do believe that you're going to go to a heaven or a hell, it will never be the same heaven or hell as somebody else. It will be like when you go to sleep at night, you can still be around people and totally be, thinking that they'll probably be in a heaven and think that it's the same thing. And you'll think you'll be there in real time and that that's the actual person, but it's not. It'd be like I can go to sleep at night and have a dream where it's like all my family and the shit is very fucking real, but it's something that never happened before, because my mind can literally create that and put that there. And so I can be in that dream, and my mom or brother or sister or aunt and uncle, they all can be at dreams at the same time and be in the same position. And we're all still separate people. We're all just living we're living in a different heaven. It'd be like putting everybody in a machine and then everyone's thinking that they're together in a machine, but you're all in your own simulation. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I'm saying. Heaven and hell is different for everybody. And we have evidence of that. We have those people who come back from death. Some people have been certified dead for up to 5 minutes, right? And they come back. You can find videos like that on the internet. Find all kinds of videos or you know, things or news, whatever. People talk about being dead for long periods of time or whatever. And then they've all have a different experiences of heaven. They all have a different perception of hell. And even based on what they're saying, we don't even know. We still don't know. We weren't there. We didn't really actually see every little detail. For all we know, they're explaining it, but there's probably huge gaps. It probably looks similar to, you know, blurry vision and dream vision. Even though I don't have blurry vision, dream vision, but maybe most people do. I don't know. My point is, you know, the afterlife for me, the afterlife, what I believe is the afterlife is whatever we have the power to believe. Whatever we have the strongest mentality towards. If you really believe that it's possible that you will have control and you will become, you can start over, you can be anything, then you'll be able to manifest that because, you know, you're a part of that. You're a part of that energy. You're a part of that singularity. You have all power, so use it. But in the other sense, if you want to, if you're someone who's already living, you know, giving away your power and you're susceptible to that, then you're half than that. You're less than half that. You're like, you know, you're just weak and pathetic. You're already controlled. Then you already usurp that. Then you equally usurp that same power because your mentality creates the same type of afterlife. Well, your afterlife is assumably you just assume that it's still going to be something where you're under somebody's control. And so you believe the most basic beliefs of heaven and hell or the afterlives that religions teach. And so you're still just you're just a human being that still wants to subject yourself and is still consenting. You're still susceptible to, oh, I just assume it's control. Where's your power? When are you going to stand up for yourself and like, take fucking charge? You believe that you're that much of a pushover or shove over? You're going to continue, you're going to bend over and get fucked in the ass all the time? Your belief systems are so strong. You know, that's the same with this, and that's why it happens. That's why people manifest that, because the same way they live in life, it's, of course, you're going to manifest the same thing when you fucking die, when you fall asleep at night. Your dreams are going to be that of you still being in a position where you're like, assumed into something. You're still just a pushover. When are you going to have power? When are you going to have control? And that's why I believe, like, that's what the afterlife is. The afterlife is however powerful your mind is, whatever you want it to be. So if you believe that it's going to be something, change it right now. You have to change it right now. Start believing in it every day. Repeat it to yourself. Believe it, because you have the power to change your afterlife. It doesn't have to be heaven or hell. It could be anything you fucking want it to be. Anything. So, fine, if you believe you're going to hell, then you will. You will go to a hell. You will go to what you perceive as punishment for you, what is fitting for you. It's the natural way everything balances itself out. Right? For example, you know how you want to reward yourself. How is that? How is it that based on your perception of good, you somehow know what should be a reward for you, for your good deeds? How do you know? How do you know? Or you're just going to assume that, oh, okay, you know, give me whatever. No, because again, comes back to that singularity, comes back to everything was meant to happen. Everything happens for a reason. These two fundamentals, they are everything. And it comes with that. They will naturally balance themselves out. You know what your punishment is. Because again, you have the perception of good and evil. So if you can perceive that what you're doing is wrong, you know what it's wrong, right? You know what the things are. It's going to balance itself out. So hell, for example, if you believe that, okay, well, I'm going to serve my punishment, well, guess what then? You are. You are. Or if you believe hard enough that you don't have to fucking do anything. You don't have to be rewarded or you don't have to be punished. You could just fucking start fresh and do whatever you want to do. Fine. Then do that. But in the same way that you know right now, you can get a feeling, how is that possible? How can you even perceive that? In the same way that you perceive good and evil. It comes with that. It's the same perception. You're able to naturally perceive the punishment that is right for the crime, just as you're able to perceive naturally, perfectly, the right reward for how you, and that, so it's different for everybody. So each and every person, every individual, I'm going to my heaven, you're going to your heaven, my heaven is not yours, and even if that was real, definitively, you going to heaven has no repercussions on my life. So that's why, again, it also proves that everybody's life is truly individual, that your individual perception, that your individual life that you're solely responsible for is what makes up where you go when you die. And so it still proves, it makes sense that no matter what, me going to heaven is me going to perceivably my heaven, a heaven that suits me, that my mind, that I can naturally, like, just instinctually agree would be right. You know, those things. So for those people out there, like certain people say, oh, I'm going to hell. Why do you constantly want to believe that? It's like, fine, you friggin' idiot, then you deserve to. You deserve to go to a hell. You deserve to go to hell then. If you're going to constantly believe that you're going to hell, you simply don't have to believe that, and therefore you don't have to go. Because again, while you're here, nobody even fucking knows, right? So we don't know. So why believe that? If you really don't know that that's even possible, nobody knows that even exists until, hey, it exists because you're dead or whatever. Well then, so in the meantime, it's always open for debate. It's always open. And I think the most logical conclusion, the thing that doesn't defy or any religion, is purely that it's all a matter of perception. That yes, heaven and hell exist. That, you know, death of 12 virgins, that exists. Because they're all still the same thing. No religions are different. Whatever religion has a vision of the afterlife, even reincarnation, it's all the same thing. Because then reincarnation is you believing in that, or not believing in anything at all, or not being strong enough of the mind to know that these are the possibilities, and therefore what happens? You're doomed to what? Repeat this world. And so yes, reincarnation is also real. They're all real. They all simultaneously exist. It's purely based on your mind. What your mind wraps around the strongest, what you believe the strongest, will then manifest that reality. That's the way it works. And so it doesn't really go against any religion. Heaven and hell does exist because they can exist to anybody. Anybody can create a hell, anybody can create a heaven. And that's the same thing on earth, right? We all have this control, and we can create heaven on earth, or we can create hell on earth. We can have these beautiful moments, or we can have these horrible moments. So why would the same thing not be possible in the afterlife when it's all mind? Think about dreaming. What is dreaming? Why does that even happen? Why does that kick in when your body shuts down in the way it does? Now imagine going all the way. How much more powerful that release is going to be. That release of whatever, DMT or whatever, or your spirit body, your mind, your consciousness, everything you've learned, that personal independent experience. Now, if you didn't have an open mind, what reincarnation is, you being born again, and you have to start over. You don't have any memory of who you were in the past. You're literally just a whole new individual having to go through a whole new experience. Or if you know these things and you still choose to believe that, then you will reincarnate. Or you can choose to believe that and reincarnate and remember who you were. Everyone, that's the cycle. It just goes through. It's just, well, that's at least what I believe. That's what I believe happens in the world. And to be honest, there's actually so much evidence to support that. There's just simply from observing human behavior and all kinds of things, and other people who have and studying all religions, there's actually more evidence to support that is what happens when we die, when we pass on. That those are that's you know, those are the possibilities. That it's all in mind. So if you want to go to hell, fine, create a hell. If you want to go to heaven, create a heaven. It can be absolutely whatever the hell you want. And again, because what would happen with a kid? Why do you think kids have imagination? Why is that? Why was that put there? Why were we created? And it's like a backup. It's like a special key. It's a safety net. Because what happens if a child dies? This young person who never even had an experience yet, it was totally innocent. What do you think? Why is it that imagination is actually the most powerful form of mind? We think children are dumb. We think, oh, it's something to grow out of. Yet why is it that in the earliest stage of what we are as a species, what we come to know ourselves of, why is it that our actual most powerful form is when we're children? Because it's the ultimate protection and safety. Because if we die when we're children, it's inevitable. A child's mind just drifting off into nothingness, it wouldn't even faze them. that all of that imagination, their afterlife is, that's why they will always go in peace, and they will always go to what we believe to be the quote unquote good place, because yes, they were purely innocent. They could do no wrong. And so therefore, if someone could do no wrong, but that's all like, but it's all ignorance, then why is there imagination? If there wasn't imagination, there'd be all ignorance. Then it would be an endless void. It would be nothing. Then that sad soul, that individuality would cease to exist afterwards. Why are we given imagination on top of innocence, 100% innocence and ignorance? So that's a fallback. That's where all of our mentality comes from. Because imagination is being able to see things into the future. It's intelligence in a more visual way, in a more observational way. It's how we can gain information from past, present, or future, and without even knowing it yet, and before we can confirm that information. Imagination is consciousness. Imagination and creativity is the God mind, and therefore it is the natural thing that is built, instilled within us as a metaphysics, a metaphysical property, perception, the part of our nature. That when we're children, we have imagination. That way, if a child dies, yes, it's a sad thing, but it's inevitable. It's that all children, yeah, you can say they go to heaven. They will go to a heaven, because that child, their mind is now completely released, and it's like they're fucking imagining all kinds of things, and they're just building entire worlds, and whatever. And that's potentially maybe. And some people look at God as like a young thing, like God is still like the time wise is different, like he ages differently. It's possibly believed that God, or our actual creator in an actual time loop, was the first human to ever die. What if all existence and all humanity, everything, was simply the first human child to die, and that as a time loop inevitably became the creator, because it was the first, like that energy source being the first energy to go into that type of, to resonate that way, or to phase into whatever after the afterlife is. And because it was the first person to occupy a space or something like that, how powerful that could have been. And then irrevocably, and that's why a lot of the decisions, like God can be seen as childish sometimes. Like maybe he's a child, is aging very slow, because the timing is different, but we're still all dealing within an innocent child's mind that is purely both good and evil, coming from this purity of innocence, which is totally forgiven and all powerful because it's naturally balanced. You see? And so that's how a God can make sense. So that's very possible. And that's kind of like what I think sometimes, that God was maybe just the first human being to die, or the first child to die. And maybe that's why he came back as a virgin birth, or something like that. So whatever, who knows? You never know. And you might say, well, that doesn't make sense, because then, where do you come from? The two people that were there before. Well, maybe it wasn't on this earth. Maybe it wasn't even a earth. Maybe it wasn't a manifestation, a physical manifestation. It could have been something else. And so our earth just simply comes out, because there could be a whole other earth right now. Like, let's say a child dies in modern time. There are other earths, other gods in the same way. They're existing from the beginning of their time. Because there's a spiritual force out there that just created it. And unbeknownst to them, that thing that is infinite spirit, that would make sense, that it just all of a sudden begins somewhere, becomes a beginning and an end, as this powerful creator came from some other earth. That there's probably, that's in this whole infinite theory. Maybe we still have a connection to that. Maybe the physical manifestations of their Urs are actually what exists out there, what can exist out there. And the whole parallel universe theory, or multiverse theory, are simply exist, and parallel universes exist because there are other Urs created by people who have died. And think about how many people who have existed on the face of the planet. Even, from the earliest of recorded human history, even before that, maybe before people were recording history, we don't even know how long it goes before we could do that. Billions upon billions of people have lived on the earth and died. Nobody knows how. So think about it. That it could be almost infinite. Then, out of all of those people we're talking about, there's still billions or even millions of people who could have possibly been intelligent enough to, when they have died, now they suddenly realize themselves in this position after death, and they have this power, they could be the ones responsible for being the ones who are creators of entire new worlds, reshaping them the way that they want to. And so it's fascinating when you start getting into these theories. It's like it's endless possibilities. But again, like as time being a loop and the beginning being the end is one and the same, it could be possible that it's the creator that in turn created himself. It's like saying that someone's son is also their father. How would that be possible? Like, for example, like there's a super, like, at some time reality or time paradox that like made it so that, holy crap, you're your own grandfather or something. Like it makes sense that you would then equally be the beginning and the end, because it didn't matter which came first. It's like the whole chicken and the egg story, the chicken and the egg question. It doesn't matter which came first. They're both the same thing. The egg is what creates a chicken. The chicken is there to lay the egg, but you wouldn't have a chicken without the egg. So really, it doesn't matter what came first. The real answer is the chicken came first, because the egg isn't purely an egg, right? An egg doesn't hatch an egg. An egg is not something that has sex with another egg and produces an egg or produces air. An egg is not a shell that just mysteriously exists and then hatches and air comes out. An egg is still a chicken. So either way, the answer to that age-old riddle, what came first, the chicken or the egg, is the chicken. Because it's the one and the same. It's the beginning and the end. It's the previous and the after. It's the first stage and the second stage. And it's the same analogy is the same riddle for God. How did God come into existence? If we try to think about it, the earth could have already been created, but it wasn't our earth, or it could have been some whole other existence. Then you might be thinking, well, then it just always keeps going back and keeps going back and keeps going back, and there has to be some beginning. Because if there was ever a child, there would have had to have been people for that child. Who created the child? So either way, then you get into the thing where it's just, the child, no matter how many times you go back into infinity, what manifested that? That you'd have to at some point come to this thing where it's like your explanation for the creator or a creator or any creator is pure manifestation, just infinite manifestation out of nothing. And you still kind of get like the Big Bang situation where you're simply saying that everything came from nothing. So it is pretty interesting, and I think that all theories can be combined. I think that we're just, again, as part of this control and this illusion, we're being kept out of the loop. And what people don't realize is that all information is connected, and all of these things have been made separate on purpose so that the knowledge appears separate. It's like scattering the keys all over the four corners of the earth. I think we need to start bringing everything together, because all of the secrets lie in all of the religions and traditions and theories and things, because they all work together. They all make sense, and they all make sense to explain how we came to be. Because even in the Big Bang still doesn't mean that you couldn't have a God. It's still like you can fit that in there. It doesn't have to be completely void of a creator. So and again, even in the creation story, you can still look at, well, if God exists, God can still create the physical Big Bang. So the Big Bang still exists. It's just you're putting that and then seeing that only. It's the same thing. It goes both ways. It goes any way. So I think it's fascinating to really talk about that and study that. Regardless, what can we know? We're here. So whether or not we'll ever be able to figure out the truth, well, you only know until you know. And that's why I'm trying to say that I believe the most sound explanation, the sound possibility is, to just simply believe whatever is going to happen to you is going to happen to you, and then manifest it, make it so. And I think and that's why I think it explains it doesn't matter if there was ever an infinite manifestation out of nothing or not. I believe that what we're dealing with is just a loop. It's just is something that is connected to itself and sealed itself. And then once and for all, whatever explanation or anything that was on the outside of that at one point, it's simply, it's just not. And therefore it always was and ever will be a pure singularity, a pure loop, a pure point in time that is infinite, that was and always will be the beginning and the end. Because it was so powerful that it closed the loop off from anything else on the outside. So there very well could be an explanation, but because it's so complex, our minds might never, ever, ever be able to understand it. Because if we could, then it would have to be something greater, now wouldn't it? It would have to be something even better. It would have to be something more unexplainable. And therefore, it proves that if it's something that we're trying to talk about, whatever could be the most powerful source in the universe, then of course it would be something that we can explain. And that's why I feel like religions only come close to explaining God. So don't 100% rely on religions. And in the same way, I also believe that science only comes close to explaining the universe and creation. They all are just pieces of a bigger fucking puzzle. And regardless of how much you put together, you'll never be able to fully grasp it. Because if you could, then it wouldn't be it, now would it? If you could solve it, then it wouldn't really ever be the answer, because it would have to be something that's insolvable for it to truly be the greatest, the most powerful, the God of all, the beginning and the end, this ultimate singularity of consciousness of everything, of infinite time, of everything that could ever be said, done, and understood. Then it would have to be something that is beyond understanding, beyond saying, beyond doing, beyond sight, sound, color, numerical value, alphanumeric value. It's beyond anything that could ever possibly come into existence. And so going back to what I was saying earlier, try to come up with a new letter to the alphabet. Even if you draw some ridiculous symbol, look at your symbol. Your symbol is still shapes. So there's still lines. There's still basic fundamental things that just in and of themselves just are. And you'll never be able to figure out what the hell was before them. What the hell could have been something, other version of them. They were always that version. And even if you can come up with a new letter to the alphabet, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, W, X, Y, Z, whatever. Say it. Okay, well, how do you pronounce it? There you get the other dilemma. Sound. Every letter in existence has a sound already mapped. You have to come up with a whole new sound. And any sound you come up with, you say to yourself, oh, no, that's pretty much just the h sound, or the sound, or the b sound, or the k sound. And in other words, then you start thinking, holy shit, every letter, every sound that could have ever been invented or created has already been created, has already been found and understood. So it was coming from an early time where at some point we had opportunity to be we actually had first-hand account to the closest source, or we were the closest to the source. So that's the truth. You know, we can't go past a certain point. So go ahead, even if you try to debunk me and say, well, yeah, of course, it's just going to go back and back and back. Well, it's still the same thing. It's still infinite. You're doing it. You're proving it. It doesn't have to end. It doesn't have to end or begin somewhere, because simply by always going back and back and back and saying that, well, God was someone that was someone that was someone before something that was something, it's still going and going and going. And therefore it proves itself, because you cannot solve for it beyond itself. And that's what I'm trying to say is true infinite, something that is beyond infinite, something that is the real singularity of our consciousness. So the thing that we fail to acknowledge is God, the real one true God that is everything and nothing, is beyond infinite. And it is that cannot explain itself. It is that to which has no explanation. It cannot possibly be explained or understood. And there is no word to describe it. We can only try. We can only begin. And so, if you want to worship a certain God, then by all means, because no matter what you worship, no matter what you do, you'll always be existing. You'll always irrevocably still be involving yourself in the ultimate worship and the ultimate influence, and still doing what you were ever going to do in the first place for the one true God anyways. So, you're never going to fail God. You can't possibly fail or fail or I'm trying to think of the fail or like whatever, win over God. You can't, because it's just you're just balanced. You see what I'm saying? you're just accepted because it is what it is. I am that I am. You are who you are. It's like, you can't go past it. It proves itself because you can't prove itself beyond itself. And that's what proves it. There is no beyond to something that is infinitely the beginning and the end, or is only infinite because it is simultaneously equally the beginning and the end, the only to everything. Or in other words, the only or the once for and for all. Or the alpha and the omega. In other words, the alphabet. The first letter and the last letter. The first sound and the last sound. All sound. All sight. It's like, it's like always been right in front of us. And for people who don't want to study the Bible, I feel so bad. You don't have to be a Christian. You don't have to be a Catholic. You don't have to believe in God of the Bible. But it's impossible. You can't possibly not read it. You can't, it's just, you have to. You really have to. The dumbest people on earth, though, the absolute dumbest people on earth are atheists. I mean, that of all things, that's just not, that's, whatever. I mean, it still exists. It's still something. They don't see that, though, because it's the most hypocritical, contradicting belief system of all, because it can't be anything. You can't possibly be atheist. It doesn't exist. Because, again, you'll always be serving God. Because at some point, the God becomes yourself. There has to be a power. There just is power, regardless. So atheism is non-existent because there's always something of power, which means whether you worship it, they just think that it's a plausible religion because there's no worshiping involved. You're always worshiping. That's what I'm trying to explain, is that simply just going through life and living as part of this existence, as part of this creation, you can't possibly not worship. That is the purest form of worship. It's just simply being alive to share in this experience, which means you can never be wrong by God and you can never be right by God. You can never be God. You can never not be God. God doesn't exist and he does exist. It's not a he, it's not a she, it's not an it, it's not a them, it's not a they, it's not anything. It has no words. There's no words to describe what is the thing that we're trying to, that humanity, for as long as we've been around, tried to put into words. There will never be a name for, and there will never be a sound for, and there will never be a sight, nor will there be a color, nor will be there a taste, a touch. And that's why, just as our world is this thing that is infinite in its own way, endless numbers of possibilities and combinations within the basic fundamentals of sight, sound, taste, touch, color, shape, symbol, everything, then we too can manifest our own reality. We can manipulate reality, and we've been given this reality to just do what we want with it. And so in the same way, we'll always be some form of something and be able to do the same thing. We can't be, because we'll never be outside of that. Like I said, there will always be color, there will always be something, but what it is not any of those. It's still something that is even beyond those, outside of what we think is truly limited, is truly the beginning and the end, because it is those. And that's what, I know it's starting to sound confusing, and I know I'm like repeating myself and going over myself, but that's the only way you could possibly have this discussion. That's the only way you could possibly get any kind of grasp as to what a true singularity is to constantly go over, trying to understand, trying to grasp that something that is boxed in between a beginning and end, and is the beginning and is infinite, is also equally something that is not that. It has to be. Because it is that which cannot be explained. Could only be, like I said, could be the only thing that really is meant to be the most powerful, that deserves our praise and our worship. Could ever be more powerful than anything we could possibly imagine, is simply because we can't ever possibly imagine it. Of course, that makes sense, doesn't it? It makes sense that, so if God is limited, then you know God. It's not God. It's not my God, at least. I'm not gonna, because I know that what I truly believe in is a source that is so, there's no words to describe it. I just know that it's, to put into some terms, it is an energy. It is a source. It is a consciousness. And that that's what makes me whole, because I am a part of that. And therefore, I know that I have an endless, before me and in this world, endless numbers of possibilities and combinations to my life and to my existence, because I too am a part of that which cannot be explained. Which means, you know, if I believe my life to be infinite, then it's infinite. If I believe my afterlife to be whatever it's going to be, then I'll have all power to just simply manifest instantaneously a world of my own. So that's what we need to, human beings need to start realizing, that we have way more power than we've ever been given, we ever possibly could understand and comprehend. And it is that same power that is being usurped and used every day against us. It's time we start gaining our power back. And it really takes nothing. You don't have to be wealthy. You don't have to be anything. You can just use your mind. Just use your mind. Believe it. Believe it. Have fun. Be imaginative. Get that part of you back that was once like a child, that was full of imagination, full of desire. And then just constantly be happy and just go through the world and never let anyone stop you, and just do what you want to do. And therefore, guess what? But you've solved it, you've discovered it, you'll always be in power. And the more of us that just start doing that, well, guess what? It's just happening now. There's nothing you can do about it. There's not a single person at that point who could just fucking do anything to tell us otherwise or to stop us, because we're all just fucking already doing it. And they're like, oh, it's too late. They figured it out. They simply just don't have to worship us. They simply just don't have to elect presidents. They simply just don't have to consent to give somebody their authority. When is humanity going to realize that really being all powerful is as easy as waking up one morning and saying, I don't want to go to work. I just want to fucking bang on this drum all day. Like whatever. Literally, do what you fucking want to do. And don't be afraid to think, well, how am I feeding myself? Well, if you're dependent on those systems, then you haven't even, why do all those systems even exist? Because you've given authority for them to exist. Because we've become reluctant and we've relied on something, and so they've created these systems where we have to go to one singular place to get our shopping, because we allowed other people to take control over commodities that otherwise were all over the world. So again, corporation, control, allowing for other people to control stuff that we all own, that equally belongs to us, the people of the world. The fruits of the trees. The fruits of our labor, literally, my independent labor is mine. But this tree is all of ours. Because if I want to work on this tree, it doesn't all of a sudden mean that it's my tree, that those are my apples. It's when I find that tree in the middle of the woods somewhere and I'm hungry and I pick an apple from that tree, then that's mine. But that tree is still there. Because without me going there and constantly laboring to that tree, then the fruits that I pull from that tree are not my labor, which means it's still open, that if any other individual wants to then come and eat from that tree, they can eat from that tree. And guess what? The tree then belongs to all of us, because it's what we put in is what we get out. So all of that being said, what's real human power, real human divinity? So just wake up one morning and declare yourself president of the United States, or whatever the fuck. Do it. Every human being right now, if we want to take this world back, if we want to see how much we can really change the world, we will be able to have this. We'll never hear about this ever again. Finally, there will be inventors all over the world. You have entrepreneurs all over the world. People will finally have the freedom to just, I don't need to pay you for your resources. These resources are here. This is what the world provides. We're finally free. We're finally free from the grips and controls and the chains of having to go to pay somebody and being restricted in order to get certain groups of food or certain items from people, because they've controlled it, because they've destroyed it everywhere else on the planet, and they've made sure that you can only find it in one place, and then they only supply it to places, and you can only get it from suppliers. No more control. That if you're just an individual as a human being controlling that, then I have just equal power to equally control something as well. So why did we let this become a world? If we want to take the world back, if we want to have world peace, all that human beings need to do is simply realize that it's simple. It's that simple. Just do it for yourself. Just wake up one morning and simply decide that you're not going to let anybody else stand in your way from getting what you want, that you already deserve. And yes, it's going to be hard at first. There's going to be a lot of redesigning and restructuring, because a lot of people aren't going to be doing it. There's going to be a lot of chaos, because most people are going to be, called out for, oh, you're a thief, you're stealing, and whatever. Most people are going to be, cops are going to be called. It's still going to be very hard to do if we're not all doing it. But if we're all doing it, The whole fucking just supermarkets all over the world. Let's just get rid of those. And let's go back and we're all going to start planning for ourselves. We don't need to rely on other people's farms anymore. We don't really need to rely on companies. I can fucking do this stuff myself. And hell, if I'm hungry, I know that if I'm going to need to eat, then I'm going to have to do that, right? Why do people like think that, oh, we're not going to do that? That if we didn't have farms and we didn't have jobs, that, you know, it's survival of the fittest. That's what we need to go back to. The world, the natural world, the way it's supposed to be, where we're really in balance with ourselves, with each other, with the world around us. Survival of the fittest. There doesn't have to be orders. There doesn't have to be governments. There doesn't have to be currency. It's just everybody living their lives, being happy, enjoying what they have. When I'm hungry, I go out and eat. If I can't eat, then I'm going to die. I'm going to starve. And that's the way of the world. That's life. That's creation. That's what's meant to happen. Then that human being, it's just inevitable that you weren't supposed to be around if you couldn't fend for yourself, survive for yourself. But you're not around for others. You're only around for yourself anyways. So if you couldn't do it, then it's not a loss. It's just your loss. So that's what I believe this world needs to start understanding. My revolution is, I want to teach, like, all people need to start realizing that we are already all powerful. We're independent. We don't need money to do it. We don't need anything to do it, because any of that stuff anyways, again, was just one person doing it before we all did. And now that, you know, so even if you wanted to do that, then what's to stop you from just creating money? Create your own fucking money. Then just do it. And of course it's not going to work because no one believes in it. And then it proves once and for all, well, wait a minute. Money only works because why? Because people believe in it. Because it was something that was the first of something. And so because none of us decided to do it for ourselves, and we were already being oppressed and told that this is it, we can easily agree to that. And so it's going to be hard for us, or for at least for anybody else, to all of a sudden do it again. Of course it's going to be difficult because we're already agreeing that this is money, that this is currency. Once every country has already oppressed their people into, okay, let's create our own currency, well, that's inevitable. If you try to create currency, of course it's going to be difficult. But it doesn't mean that it's impossible. It doesn't mean that it's any different than the way that currency was created in the first place. Because simply, if people actually did like your currency, that's all that it takes for that currency to go into circulation. And whether or not there's an authority out there that says, well, wait a minute, what the hell is this? You can't be putting this. No one's going to listen. It's not going to matter because they're going to still let it buy and sell, because people are going to want it. It shows that people, whatever we just decide to do, that's power, because we're already doing it. We're not going to let anybody else stop us. So if I created a currency and I start spreading it out there, and a bunch of people are just like, okay, whatever, and we all just agree to it, we're already doing it. So we're not going to just stop. We already believe in it. That's what gives it power. So it proves that the only reason our world is the way it is, because why is it that certain groups think they have the right to come and say, oh, no, what are you doing? What is this? Well, that would be like anybody coming forward and saying that, oh, I don't agree with you. What is that? But yeah, anybody can do that. Why do we suppress ourselves and conform to letting other people do it? That's why we're under control. That's why certain people can control us, because we let certain groups of people do it. Yet we think that, well, wait a minute, if they can do it, why can't we all do it? That's just one person complaining about something. Why do we have to let one person's complaint create our social structure or our economic structure? In other words, why do we have to let what one guy's idea of what a law should be become the laws that everybody else follows? If that's the case, and a human being created a law, then we all should be able to create laws. If I want it to be illegal for people to wear blue when they walk in, when they're around me, then I should be able to do that because I like the color blue, right? But here's what the real world should be. Everybody would be able to do that because that's real power. There's no one person in charge of everybody else. And of course, we're not all consenting to agree to one fucking person's vision, because why not? Why would I not want to agree with my own vision, right? So in that world, what you have is contrast. What you have is, well, wait a minute now, Brian, if you want everybody to wear blue when they're around you, but we don't want to agree with that, well, guess what? Are we going to stand around and force ourselves to be in a place that we don't have to be in? Guess what? You realize the second element to how powerful we are. Have the power to simply get up and walk away. Because I don't want to believe and consent to your laws, I simply don't have to. And so I will do everything I can because I'm powerful, there's nothing stopping my legs and arms from moving. I'm the only person that would be forcing myself to listen to you or forcing myself to get mad would be me. So again, racism. How do we solve all the world's problems? Racism, hate, argument, famine, disease. Why are we forcing ourselves to deal with these things? If someone walked up to me and said, "Hey, gringo," if I got mad at that, why am I getting mad? I'd be letting myself get mad. I simply just don't have to get mad at that. Why would I get mad? I don't care. They calling me something. I simply don't have to let what they're saying to me bother me. I can get up and walk away. So again, that's the real world. The world where all individuals are responsible for his or her own actions. We all have equal power. Because we're living in a world where at any moment in time, if I don't like what somebody's doing, I can just get up and walk away. I don't have to confrontation. That's world peace. Because you're not forced into a corner where you can never get around these people. And so eventually you have to deal with them. That's the reason why our world is so fucked up, because we've given authority to people that create these laws, and because we basically allow ourselves to be boxed in a corner because now that we've consented to this, we have no other options. So we have to confront it. I have to go this route. If I ever want to get a car, I have to fucking go that route. Because if I were to do it any other way, in this current system, because nobody else is fucking doing it, I'd get pulled over. And the fucking cops would be like, "Hey, license and registrations, please." It's like, "Oh, sir, I'm not a driver, I'm a traveler." "Oh, what are you, sovereign citizen?" Blah, get the fuck out of it. Like, fuck all that shit. And they'd be arrested and fines, like they'd stay there and hassle me. But even if I didn't get in trouble, even if I didn't get arrested, the whole thing of being hassled, where I can't just fucking drive my car, I still had to stop. No one else has to do that. So still, my freedom's being infringed upon. So again, in a world that we live in today where everyone, the majority, again, it comes down to the majority. The majority has to stop giving consent to and believing that someone has authority. Because then we'd have a free world where it wouldn't matter. If then everybody would be equally free to do whatever the fuck they wanted to do. And we'd all be able to take care of ourselves. And it wouldn't be long before the very small number of people that are actual psychopaths and serial killers who would stick out like a sore thumb, mind you, in that kind of a system where there aren't places to hide and there's nothing to do. If they wanted to go around and act upon their dark actions in that world, knowing that out of the human species, we're not all like that, guess what would happen in a few years' time? Those people would be eradicated, inevitably, because then there wouldn't be the lengthy suppression of law, and because more people would know that, well, holy shit, we're living in this world that's survival, like, fucking do it. There would be no hesitation. You'd have hundreds of people immediately in whatever communities are set up, just automatically willing to eradicate that person. Wherever you go in the world, you can bet that families are safe, young children are safe, because nobody would stand for it. Because everybody would be living in a world where now we have full control, we're fully responsible. And the moment, hey, if there's somebody that you think is creepy, that's an odd character, one, you have the ability, okay, well, we just get up and let's move away from that person. Or if you have to confront them, or if they did something wrong, guess what? You're not waiting for the cops. You're not waiting for the courts. Not waiting for none of that shit. That person raped a child. That person killed somebody in cold blood. Guess what? Kill that person. Everyone, self-defense, survival of the fittest. Because at a certain point, the amount of people who are actively looking to cause problems is seeing as how most people are just living and then would interact in a self-defense situation. Guess what would happen in a couple of years? You'd be left with after however many confrontations. Yes, at first it'd be rocky. At first it'd be a lot of our argumentation. There'd be a lot of fighting. There'd be some whatever. But after a certain point, the world would quiet down. And that's because at that point, anybody who thought to take advantage of the world when the governments go away, as if it was like the real life Purge movie, they'd all be dead. At that point, there'd be no stopping it. They would eventually all be killed off because they would think, okay, well, holy shit, let me do that. And then if they try to hide, well, guess what? Is it a problem then? No, because they'd be they could be anywhere in the world, and if they're not doing anything, then why is it a problem, right? It's not a problem. Because you could be anywhere in the world and not even know about it. And then in that same world, guess what? You could have gay people and you could have feminists. And nothing would ever be a problem. You know what? Because your world would be your world and you'd never have to hear about those things. And therefore you'd always be happy because to you, it doesn't even exist. To you, it just doesn't even become part of your world. But in our current system, because we're so boxed in, we're forced. It's inevitable that we have to hear about these things. I literally can't live my life and not hear about those things, not deal with those things, or not have those things in some way affect me knowing that they're going on, because the vast majority around me is still living in that world, contributing to that world, and ruining that world. So even you might say, okay, well, even if you go out and live off the grid, and you survive in the woods, you get a good couple, 5, 6 years out of it. You know what happens? Because you were away from that world so long, hell, you didn't even realize that the world some crisis happened and people are flooding into the woods now. Oh great, you got another good 5, 6 years out of your life. Or because the world is still being destroyed around you and you wanted to go live in peace somewhere and you just completely disassociated yourself from everything. Because of that, you weren't informed about the radioactive storm or the chemtrails, or the fact that, plant life on Earth was fucking dying because of some new release thing. And your woods, everything starts dying, starts fading away, or you can't find food anymore. So even though you try to leave the world, because the vast majority is still fucking stupid living in that world, it's still encroaching upon you. It's still going to ruin the wilderness. It's still going to ruin where you are. So you really can't escape it. The only way humanity is ever going to escape all of our hate, all of our troubles, all of this shit, is if we literally simply, it's so fucking unbelievably simple, and it's beautiful how powerful we really are, is all we have to do is make a decision. Make a choice in our fucking mind. You know that thing on top of your fucking shoulders, in your skull, if you feel it, it's on your head. Think, use that, and use it, talk, and say to yourself, I choose not to obey another human being. I'm not going to let any other human being, any physical fucking person, tell me what to do. If every single person simply did that, right the fuck now, our world would be fucking saved. I'm telling you for a fact, we'd all be fucking happy. We'd all be absolutely fucking perfect. Perfect. Everything would start working out. Then you'd have people, inventors and people, and everyone would be able to do anything. Because now they can just do it. Because there's no more systems, there's no more systematic, there's no more process, no more patents, there's no more offices, there's no more governments, no more registrations. None of that shit. No more IDs. We as all independent people own all that stuff. We can just simply fucking do it. We already created it. Why do we need to do it? Why do we need to put it somewhere else for it to exist? It already exists. So if I invent something, why is it that I need to get it patented to do all this stuff before it exists? It fucking exists. I'm already using it. So I can just put it in something. It's already out there. So again, that's the problem. The only reason it's complicated, it's like the whole thing. It's like, why do I need a fucking ID to tell me so someone can look at it and say, oh, you're alive. Hello? I'm standing in front of you. Why is it that there's this, because this process, look, I'm not enough. I'm not already alive, speaking, breathing. You can't take my word for it, that you can't figure out that I'm over 18 or I'm whatever. I can't just say that I'm like, this, however, I can't just say I'm, oh, whatever. And can't figure it out. Even if I was lying, would it fucking matter? The point is, like, I have to have an ID to confirm that I was born somewhere. Like, I'm here. What do you think? I'm a fucking actual alien? Like, what are we afraid of? Why do we need this thing to suddenly to officiate it? We could already do with our bodies, with ourselves, what we would be doing. That's just a menial thing that really means nothing, that gets in the way. Because, okay, someone looks at it and what's out of the way. What was the fucking difference? There was no point. I went from point A to point fucking B, and in between was what? This pointless excursion. Because I ended up in the same place. It was no different. You just made it take longer, right? You just took more time to do this pointless thing and be like, oh, you gotta do this, let me see this. It's a freaking hassle. It's a middleman. Money, all these processes that that people agree with right now. Why do we keep agreeing to this shit? It's just putting more stuff in the way when we're just gonna get what we're gonna get anyways. We're gonna be going to the same place. We're gonna be doing it anyways. Why do we need this shit? It's pointless. It's just other things that keep us constantly, it just takes away our control. If we didn't need to do that, then yeah, we'd be a free society. So it's just proof that is pure control. Having an ID is just because it's pure control. Having money, using money, relying on money is pure control. Having to get a job, pure control. Having to patent your invention that you've already fucking invented, that you could just install somewhere and just fucking use it already. No, before you use it, you have to do why do you feel like you have to do that? It already exists. You're already alive. Use it. Do it. you're free. But again, these systems are in place to constantly remind us that we're under control, that we're not free, that we can't just do something. We have to go this extra mile, do this menial fucking task, this extra step, before it actually exists, before it's really officiated. You know what I mean? It's fucking stupid. But again, where does the power lie? It's when we still consent to it. Even though that's there, wait, why is it there? Is it just there on its own? No. You have to think about it. Again, it's someone else telling you to do it. Why is someone else telling me to do it? So there's proof right there. Why am I listening? Why am I going to agree with this? Why is somebody else? Like, it doesn't make any sense. So again, it proves that the real power is purely always right there at the end result. You'd have to make that choice. You'd have to make that decision. So simply, if you don't believe in that shit, and you're just going to do what you would have done anyways, there you go. Now fucking forget about all the fucking shit, forget about the governments, and now people realize, why do we ever even need those in the first place? We don't. We didn't. We only think we do because other people force us to think we do. So that other people can live the lives that is reality. They can really be in control and do what we could be doing. But the reason why they don't want us to do it is because if we all did it, then it wouldn't be special now, would it? They wouldn't feel special. So again, it's still about control. It's their personal control. It's how they feel about what they're doing over everybody else. Even if you were doing the same thing, hell, you know, they can still do it, but it's about the fact that doing it at all then, and that's why they do different shit. That's why they want us to think that certain things are bad and they do them in private, because it's so that they can keep it all to themselves, so that they will still have something that they know nobody else is going to do or going to want to do, so that they'll always have something that makes them seem like they are special or different from the rest of us because they're doing something we're not. That's really all the elite stand for. The Illuminati, the elite, that's who they are. That's the reason why they want control and power, is so that they can simply live their lives and do what we all could be doing. And we're giving them our power, we're giving them our time and freedom so that they can enjoy theirs. That's wrong. We need to stop doing that. We need to stop letting politicians, we need to stop letting employees and bosses and corporations and workers, we need to stop letting people who want to make choices to conform to control or to be in control other people. And we need to let it stop influencing our decisions to just be independent. Just because you want to go to work and get a job doesn't mean I fucking have to. And then at the same time, because, well, do I want to be a boss then? No, I don't want to be a boss of anybody either. I don't want to be in control of somebody, and I don't want to be controlled by somebody. The only person that I want to be in control of is myself. I simply just want to be in control. I don't want to control other people, so I don't want to be the ruler, and I don't want to be the slave. I don't want to be the employee. I don't want to be controlled by other people. I want to fucking do what I want to do because I know how to do it, because I'm not a dumb fucking person. Anybody can do that job. I can do any fucking job. I can do absolutely fucking anything. I can make any kind of money I want to. I'm so fucking intelligent, so fucking skilled. I know so many things. I could do anything if I wanted to, because I'm the perfect human being. I've incredible amounts of knowledge, and most shit is actually just really simple, really fucking easy. It's really fucking easy. When you break down most jobs, they're all really fucking simple. What are we dealing with? We're all dealing with relatively the same stuff. We haven't invented anything else. It's all still basically what human beings know how to do. Write, read, listen. We're still using basic objects. We haven't invented anything else. All jobs still going to require paper, computers, writing, manual labor. So yes, the certain skills might be different. Certain different things are required, but basic fundamentals of every job are exactly the fucking same. When you have a basic knowledge of that stuff, a base knowledge, and then you're intelligent, open-minded, it's not hard to start picking up new skills really easily. So even if there's something I don't know, does it mean I'll never know? Absolutely not. And even if there's something I can't physically do, does it mean I'll never be able to do it? Absolutely not. And I think, again, all people need to understand that. You need to understand that right now. As a human being, 2 eyes, 2 arms, 2 legs, fingers, fortunately, you can fucking do whatever the fuck you want to do. You can do anything. And if there's something you can't do, you can fucking learn. It doesn't have to be Groundhog's Day for you to just, be able to manipulate time and be safe to learn piano and do all these other things, trial and error, and then still have time afterwards. This is your time right now. Do it. Do it. You want to learn piano? Learn fucking piano. You want to learn how to play the guitar? Play the fucking guitar. You want to kill somebody? Fine, kill somebody. You want to go to war? Go to war. You want to train martial arts? You want to become the strongest person you can possibly become? Do that. There's nothing stopping you but you. So fuck all these other systems. If we want world peace is individual freedom. And individual freedom is when everybody in the world wakes up one miraculous morning and says, you know what? I am going to do for myself because I'm in control, because I'm powerful. And everything simply comes down to one thing, a choice, my choice, that my perception of reality, that everything that is me, that is the world that I perceive, is simply my choices. If I choose to go to this place, to be at this destination, then it's because I chose to be there. If someone asked me to do something for them, I don't have to do it. If I'm going to, be all pissed off, oh, I wish I never did that. Well, the only reason you did it is because you chose to do it. Wake up one morning and choose to do for yourself. Choose to eat when you're hungry. Choose to sleep when you're fucking tired. Choose to go where you want to go. Build a home, for Christ's sakes. Finally be able to live. And even though not many other people would be doing it, do it anyways. Start a revolution, because the more of us that start doing it, eventually we become a majority. And once we're the majority, then it becomes the world again. Then it becomes the way of life. And then anyone who's the minority, it's hard for them to come back and say, hey, do it this way. Because right now, we're those people. Right now, I'm that person trying to tell everybody else, hey, do it this way. Even though it is the fucking way. It is the perfect way. It is the best fucking way. Everyone still wants to do things the fucking hard way. The stressful way. The way where they come home from work and they argue and they stress and the family unit sucks. Why do we want to keep doing it? I just don't get it. When you literally don't have to do that. It's fear. Fear is a huge motivator, because it's mostly because even if they don't want to do it, they think that's all they can do. They think they have to fucking do it. People don't realize that you can do anything you want to do. It's just people are afraid. They think they're going to be living dirty if they don't do what the world tells them to do, because it's going to be harder to get food. And so they're like, oh, you're going to end up a bum. No, you're not going to end up a bum. Have you even tried it? You've never tried it. And if you were doing it the independent way, the only reason you'd be a bum is because you're not cleaning yourself. Why are you not cleaning yourself then? Why are you not eating the right food? No one said you had to scavenge through fucking dumpsters. You can still get food. Right? No one said you had to wear the same clothes all the time or smell. No one said you had to sit out on the streets. You could fucking go and build a home. Just go somewhere. So again, why do people think that there's no other fucking options if they were to quit the current system? If they were to quit currency tonight? Overnight, if they would wake up one morning and say, you know what, fuck it, I quit. I'm not going to work. They think, oh, well, wait a minute, I can't do that. How am I going to ever feed myself? Feed your fucking self. Because at a certain point in time, human beings didn't go shopping at a supermarket. They hunted, they gathered, they fed themselves. And at a certain point in time, because human beings were greedy and corrupt, we were also, because we didn't give authority to certain people, the world was plentiful. We had places all over the world where you can gather fresh fruits and vegetables and things and plant them wherever you could. And therefore, you'd always have some place to go for food. But now we have all these rules, laws, and regulations, and you can't do that. Well, you know what? Fuck them. Do it anyway. Start doing it, because that's what we need to do. The real revolution is when we forcefully start just doing what they say we can't do. Piss where you want to piss. Fish where you want to fish. Eat where you want to eat. Sleep where you want to sleep. You know why? Because if we start doing it right now, if we start forcefully doing it, the more of us start forcefully doing it, eventually there's not going to be much they can do. It's going to catch on. Everyone says, oh, you know what? Fine. If you want to, I can fucking do that too. And then fucking do it. We all need to start fucking doing that. Start living our lives, taking the power back. Fuck the authorities. Fuck what they say. They're people too. At the end of the day, they're human beings. They say, well, wait a minute, I want to do this too. And then guess what? All the police officers are going to stop enforcing the law, the other people's law. They're going to start living by natural law with you, and they're going to be there with you with their expertise and experience after a certain point in time, because they're not going to want to keep fighting, because they're going to realize, you know what? It makes perfect sense. I'm still a human being. And that is, of course, unless they are human beings. Unless all cops are so goddamn fucking programmed and so brainwashed that they're really devoid of all human life anymore. That they're just not people anymore. That they're just complete corporate slave fucking militant people. Like, they're just fucking assholes. That is probably true in most places. Some people are just so devoid of life, and they're so convinced that what they're told is the law, and that's simply because they've been given something, and it's not actual fucking law or state law or constitution. It's not the right fucking mandate. It's nothing. It's just because they're reading something off of a fucking different, like, script. Like, it's not actual law, though. That's just what you came up with per your department. That doesn't make it law, you stupid fucking cop. You're just reading procedure, but that's your own procedure. It should be law, though. There is actual procedure, and then they fucking ignore that shit. And though every department's different. And they're like, well, no, this is where... And you're not even reading the actual legislature. You're not reading state legislature. You're just reading something that your own department printed out. So what the fuck did you learn in law school? You didn't learn the real law. You didn't learn natural law. You didn't learn common law. You didn't learn constitutional law. No, you learned fucking law of commerce. You learned maritime law. You learned Roman canon law. You learned what they wanted you to learn so that you were brainwashed slaves, that you're constantly going to be in opposition with the civilian who knows the truth. And you're going to, so that the sovereign movement or the free man movement. I fucking hate it. I hate it. I hate this fucking world. I hate this country. I love the land and I love the people, but I fucking hate what we become. I hate what's happened, and I really wish it changed. And I'm telling you fucking right now, to be the ultimate most powerful being in existence, you want all power? It's fucking simple. It's a simple decision. You simply say yes or no. Everything is going to come down to your choices. So all of your life's experience is purely based off of your decision to do it or not. Your decision to believe that this person has right to arrest you or not. Don't let anybody ever stop you. Yes, there's going to be a lot of hard stuff at first, and very few people are going to be unlucky. You know, but if we're all doing it, then there's no one to stop us. There's very few people at that point because we outnumber them 100 to 1. And so then it becomes easy. Then it becomes real easy. It's just a complete flip-flop reversal. Now we're on top. Now we're the ones who are the majority, and this is our world. This is what the world's going to be. And if you don't like it, guess what? Now you see how hard it is. Now you get to feel how hard it is being the minority. Try to live your life the way you want while everyone else is living this way. And you're still wanting to live in a system. Oh no, where's the order? Where's the function? You're going to be stressed out all the time. Yeah, you enjoy how it feels. We need to flip this shit. That's what the world needs to do. We need a paradigm shift. And my lesson to every single person, I would hope that people spread this around and try to, give people my message. Spread this message. Make a choice. Stop believing that they have authority over you. Stop believing that anybody has authority over you and why they're any different than you, or how come you can't have authority over anybody else in the same way. You're equally a human being. You're a human being. Start making decisions for yourself. Simply choose to say yes or to say no, or to do not. It's simple, right? It's Shakespeare. It's to be or not to be. Do what you want to do. Be who you want to be. Go where you want to go. And don't be afraid. Even if you think, oh, right now, okay, I'm probably one of the only people doing this still. Don't let that stop you. Do it anyways, because eventually it will catch on. It will pick up, because we just have to start it at some point. If any of us start doing it, the more of us that start doing it, well, then that's all that it takes. That's all that it takes. A couple 100,000 people, a couple million people. We can all start a community. We find out, hey, I'm hitchhiking across the United States, and I see that there's a bunch of other people doing it too all of a sudden. Hey, where are all these people? It's a bunch of people walking around with big bags on their shoulders, living independently, no cars and stuff. Hey, well, guess what? Oh yeah, you heard about that. Well, let's all do it. Let's form a community because we're finally together, and then that'll make it easier to defend each other when the people come in and try to oppress us. So let's start building communities right now. Let's get the fuck off our asses, off the internet, and let's start trying to find ways on how to connect to one another in real life. We need to set up a network, a truther network, where everybody who knows this stuff can have a resource to actually openly communicate. I'm going to start a Discord. I'm going to put my Discord down. Let's openly communicate. And you know what? I don't care. I know it's going to be infiltrated. but I'm not going to let that ruin it. We still need to take some kind of chance. We need to take a chance, so that we can get together and we can find a way so that people like us, like-minded people, can start a fucking community somewhere and just not let them come in and take it from us. And the more of us that do it, and we have resources and we spread the message, we prove to people that real power is making a decision to say no. Real power is making a decision to be who you want to be and not letting anybody else fucking stop you from being that person. Because in that society, bad people who do bad things, they get fucking killed. They get put down. That's justice. No waiting around. If you're gonna fucking go around wanting to kill people, we're gonna defend ourselves. After a certain point, there won't be any killers anymore. There will just be peaceful people who never even need to defend themselves ever again, because there's nobody who is purposefully looking for confrontation. That is how you have world peace. We think about it. Whoa, war? Who's starting war? The soldiers? No, the soldiers are waiting on standby until the stupid fucking people say that we have a war. Wait a minute. How does that even make sense? How is the people who are so stupid that everything that makes sense? Like, I really think people just don't fucking think hard enough. Maybe it is. Maybe it's not about what the elite have been doing at whenever they started doing it. Maybe people are just fucking stupid. And that's the reason why any kind of elite could exist. You know, good for them. They probably took advantage because, like, holy shit, people are just fucking dumb. Maybe that is the case, and maybe it's never gonna fucking change because there's such simple concepts, and you think this is what everybody would want. Why don't we just why don't we think of it? I don't get why would people want to go to war? Why aren't these human beings why don't they figure out that it would be stupid, it's pointless to become a soldier? Because if no one became a soldier, then there's no going to war now, is there? So again, maybe it is that people are just stupid, and I'm putting too much blame on, it's the Illuminati's mind control over however many years that has chemically dumbed people down, and people are just stupid and they don't think about it. No, maybe people are just fucking stupid. Because how is it possible? How is it fucking possible that you're telling me people on average, they just don't think of it, they don't see it through how simple it is, that it's literally you're going to war killing people over one person's decision, that it was them arguing and fighting. That would be like that person who's coming around looking for problems when you weren't looking for a problem. You were at peace. So why get involved? Therefore, we should all go around and we should eliminate those people before they force us to fight. We should just get rid of them. Plain and simple. And there you go. No more governments. Because it's these certain politicians who just decide, I'm gonna fucking go to war. Like, why? But it's even stupider that people would go to war. That you would choose, let's go to war. Hello? Did you make that decision? Do you have any problem with these people from another country you never met? No? The fuck did they do to you? Those same people were doing the same thing that you were doing before you made that dumb decision. And they're defending their homeland in the same way that you would defend your homeland if they fucking came over here. So what the fuck is the point? There is no fucking point. And so maybe people are just fucking stupid. I don't know. Like some days I find myself thinking that they never wanted to do this. Like some days I find myself agreeing more with like secret societies and like the elite than anything, because maybe that's why they're doing this, because they know they need to eliminate people. They know they need to start, eugenics, let's fucking, do these things on purpose, because we're gonna do these things that we know are stupid, that are gonna create stupid people. But if you're stupid anyways, they're doing it maybe as a good thing, because then it's just inevitably making it easier to see dumb people make dumb decisions so that they know who to eliminate when it comes time to eliminate. You know what I'm saying? Like that's what I would do. Hell, that's smart. That's like, again, it's like studying the enemy. It's like fucking, you want like just creating the most obvious fucking mousetrap for the mouse to walk into so you can fucking get rid of it. Like, just fucking put a shoebox down with a bunch of mouse traps in there and fucking maybe just fucking overkill on that shit. And just to get the best possible results, just throw a bunch of fucking loose chocolate in there. And because inevitably you're gonna catch a fucking mouse, right? Therefore, it's like, I almost feel like we think they're evil, but what they're actually doing is not bad. Is not bad, because even before, because you have to understand, long before they actually were indoctrinating people, the world accepted to live this way, and they were never smart enough to see that wait a minute, why did any human being or group of human beings collectively decide to allow other people to rule over them? So it's almost like that's the reason why there was always rulers. It was like, again, you can't have good without evil. You can't have smart without stupid. It was inevitable. And of course, someone would be like, of course you'd agree to that. Or you'd be like, holy shit, of course, okay, I'd be the leader. Of course you'd go along with it. So I think these people are good people in some ways, that they're inevitably filling a gap that they know exists. And then as observing, I think it started out, they had good intentions, and maybe they still do, but as they saw how dumb people were, and that people really were like, holy fuck, Most people are just stupid, and that there's this thing, this special thing where only select few group of human beings are actually intellectual, actually smart people. And those are the people who deserve to be around in this world. These are the people. And then they created secret societies as a way to have those people come together, right? To make it easier. So it was inevitable. Now it's doing what we should be doing, make a community. I mean, they are smart. They're good. They're good. You gotta give them credit. That makes sense. It all makes fucking sense. And then a result of that, as time went on, they saw, holy shit, like, this is just gonna keep happening. It's just inevitable that out of every, let's say, 1,000 human beings born, no, let's say out of every, 10,000 human beings born, there's like 1 or 2 of them that are actually brilliant. Like, there's something about our species that is wrong. And then they decided their goals changed. And of course, power did get to them. And so, yeah, that's where some of the more evil, corrupt shit does take place that they just don't have to do. But going back as far as like the stuff they do, they know that it sucks, and they know that they would much rather benefit the world and release certain things, but they're doing it on purpose because they're trying to put a lid on and how to figure out and control stupid people, so that eventually we can come to a point where it's going to be real easy. All you have to do to fix humanity is kill off anybody who would agree to become a soldier, just eliminate them and their families so that their bloodline doesn't exist anymore. Eliminate anybody who is illiterate. Let's do that. Eliminate anybody who's unhealthy, who's fat, obese, all that stuff. We probably should do that. Eliminate weaknesses. Get rid of all weak people. It doesn't matter what race they are. It's not a racial thing. It's just a human civilization thing. If we want human civilization to be healthy and to be smart, we need to start getting rid of dumb, unhealthy people who are unproductive. We need to start getting rid of consumers. And that's probably why their whole agenda, they created a whole system based off of a consumerist system, so that we can forcefully, basically forcefully point out or pull out like we can basically draw out into the surface and see right then and there on face value who the consumers are, or who the people thinking outside the box. I think that we have, like, for example, me at least, has so much in common with some of these elitists. So much in common. I'm not secretly homosexual, and I'm not a child molester, and I'm not an evil person, but I think as far as our ideological standpoint, and maybe knowing that the world would be a lot better if there was some limitation and some control, and then from there maybe we can reduce that. I do agree with that. I think that people are just stupid. I can see that being traced back even before we have evidence of these mind control projects and these things. I think even the secret societies that existed way back before they ever came to the United States or England and stuff, or these royal families or these elitist families, at some point, things were like intended to be like monarchies, and as far as like hierarchies were intended to be God, to be, more spiritual and beneficial people. But then once civilization started branching out and it was harder to control people and harder to control inventions, they started to up their game and become more whatever. And they probably still had good intentions, but then it got out of hand, or something got out of hand. That wasn't caused by them, but I think they got smart and they decided, after observing, they figured if better than letting bad things happen, if we could control the things that are bad, if we can do bad things and control how they happen, then it's less than what would have normally happened if the world was just left to its own device. Now maybe that's the way they think. And maybe they're right, but because they did that, we've also never got a chance to actually see that if we let people do what they wanted to do on their own, if that would even be the case. So I'm not saying I agree with them 100%, because they've taken control over our world long before we ever actually got to see whether or not, once we became civilized and technologically advanced, if we could just simply allow people to live their lives and spread their information. So they don't actually know if controlling when, why, and how bad things happen in order to control society for supposedly good intentions, if in fact it would have been bad on its own, or if there would have been more wars or more civil unrest had they not stepped in and controlled every aspect of society. So again, I'm not saying that what they did was good. I'm not saying that You know, and they probably know that, and they probably are sad about it sometimes, and feel, well, we've already done this, and they can't go back. There's no going back now. It's almost like doing something. But then again, I think about that, and it's like, well, if that was the case too, well, you could just go back, because in the same way, you could simply just change. You could simply just, even though it would be hard for a lot of people, just tell us the truth all of a sudden. They could just all come out all of a sudden and just, you know what, fine, we give up. Let's pull the lid off this fucking motherfucker, and let's have a big old fucking party. Let's make the day, let's make the year out of it, and let's just tell people. Let's finally tell people the truth. Let's tell them where they came from, what we've been doing behind the scenes the whole time. They could just turn coat. I don't see why that would be a problem. Yeah, it'd be confusing, it'd be a lot of chaos. And, you know, they probably wouldn't be around after that, because people would want, you know, justice. So that's probably a motivation for them to not do that. So then you're thinking, okay, well, if they still have good intentions and they do feel bad, but yet they're still corrupted and they're doing these things behind scenes because it's just this sickness that they have, that they've adopted, because they're in power. They're so burdened because they have all this weight on their shoulders, and they put it there themselves, and they want to do something good. Now how can we make that, knowing what their methods are and observing them, how can we see if that's even possible? What was the latest thing that the elites did? What was the latest thing? Like, what was the latest mind control scenario, or like psyop that came out of the mainstream that you could see, like, what their plans are? Who are they targeting? What are they doing? Like, we're looking at advertising or movies that actually would prove that, okay, you know, this is happening. I don't know. I'm not sure. I think, like, you know, I'm not saying I agree with everything they do. I'm not trying to defend them, but I'm still trying to, it's like Criminal Minds, right? If you have to get to know your enemy. You have to understand where they're coming from, where their heads are at. And in order to be the best at what you do, the best at, you know, fixing things. So in trying to understand their methodology and trying to understand them, I come to certain conclusions, because I'm also observing humanity and things. And what I've come to is that I can agree that the world is stupid. I can agree that there are a lot of things that need to be changed. And I can agree that some order is definitely needed. I agree that, you know, there's more that we could be doing to fix people. But do I agree with the racism? No. Do I agree with some of their methods, that, you know, thinking that, okay, we have to perform our own evils to control evil without knowing that, you know, bad things would have happened in the first place? No, I don't agree with that. I think we should have given people a chance before we decided to control them, or just call them stupid and then take advantage of them consenting to authoritarianism. So, yeah, I don't agree with that. I don't agree with the things that are just a symptom of being so powerful, things that they like to do in their own private life that really have absolutely nothing to do with the rest of, like, their main goal, or being part of a secret society. They simply don't have to also be murderers and cannibals and child molesters and all that shit. Like, so I obviously don't agree with that lifestyle. I don't agree with that power corrupts, and absolute power corrupts absolutely. I don't think just because you have power you can be corrupted. I think, yes, it's easy to, but I really still think you can go a long way and really not be corrupted. Or at least fucking you don't have to do that shit. You don't have to do that fucking shit. Like, honestly, come on. You don't have to do that shit. So I don't believe in that. But as far as, and of course, New World Order, and as far as like the end game, still thinking that there has to be some order and control, I don't believe in that. But I believe that they too, thinking that they're the most intelligent, still only have a piece of the puzzle. For example, like the Georgia Guidestones. You read the Georgia Guidestones and, well, they sound great, but there's then the wording, it's still, well, that's not, like at first you're reading the first couple of lines and it sounds good, but then when you finish reading the sentence, it's like, well, wait a minute, but no. There's always like a caveat. It's like, that's not exactly right. That's still wrong. Like, it's like, keep humanity in conjunction with nature and balance with nature. Okay, but 500,000 people, like killing off 93% of the population. No. So it's like there's always these one thing, like, yeah, obviously, balance, nature, that's good. Yeah, you have good intentions, but I think they're only halfway there. I think that again, their motivations are just different. And I think that they need to start teaming up with us, because I think, for example, I would love to sit down with any of these elites. I would love to sit down and talk with them because I think we have a lot to offer each other. I think that we can discuss a lot of important things, and we can have a lot of great spiritual, philosophical, and I really do. I want to sit down, and talk with some of the most intelligent people behind the scenes, like the Council of 13, or like some of the Bohemian Grovers. Like, who are these people that actually, like, I want to sit down and talk with, like, high members of secret societies. Like, if they actually, like, whoever really does have knowledge that has been passed down. Like, I want to speak to the most intellectual of them. I want to sit down with them. I want to be a part of them and be the guy they allow. It's like when, like, the KKK has, like, a black friend. Like, they have respect for each other. They allow them. Like, he's part of the group. Like, you're still the outsider, but you're in, like, you go to the meetings and shit. Like, that's what I want. I want that kind of relationship with Freemasons. I want that kind of relationship with the Illuminati. I want that kind of relationship with these Satanists, these eugenicists, corporate elitists. I want to be a part of the Bohemian Grove. I wouldn't be there to take place in the homosexual traditions or the fake mock ceremony, but, like, I would still be there while they do their thing, and they allow me to be there. We have a what's the C word? Consent. Like, we have like an agreement, like, we have this thing. Like, I want to be able to go to the Bilderberg meetings. I want them, like, okay, like, they allow me. They know of me. They allow me to be there. I want that kind of relationship. They need to pick one truther. They need to pick somebody. Pick somebody on the internet who's, like, making these videos, who's, like, they can consider opposition, who's, like, exposing them. Pick me. Pick me, for Christ's sakes. Like, let me in. Let me in, because I think we could do a lot of good. And, I think, like, good that works from both of our perspectives. What they perceive as good and what I believe is good, what I perceive as good, which definitively is, like, universal. Is like, killing people is wrong, and I believe in re-education. I believe that we can do the same thing. We can accomplish the same goals without. See, because they're just. Why do you have to kill? Like, you have control education, but then with education, you're just forcing people to be more stupid. So wait a minute, are you just purely evil? Like, if you really have good intentions, like, see, I believe in eugenics as far as re-education. I believe of eugenics of the mind, not physically killing people. I believe that we can get to the same result. We can go to the same route, the same destination, two different paths. They want to secretly kill everybody slowly. They want to keep, producing these fake viral outbreaks and vaccinating people. And they want to do GMO crops and all this other stuff. The homosexuality, the transgenderism. They want to completely, manipulate all of our chemistry and biology. They want to, the synthetics and all the transhumanism. I believe that we can do the same thing opposite. All we have to do is educate people. All we have to do is start coming out with what we know and formulate it in a way that people can absorb it. That we can start pulling that Band-Aid off together, slowly. And I believe that we don't have to eliminate the world's population in order to become, once again, to get people to realize that there is a way to be, once again, in balance with nature, to find our spiritual sides again, to be more humble and more part of each other. I think we can do it through education. I'd like to sit down and discuss with some of the most brilliant minds at Bilderberg when they're planning what they're going to do in the next, couple of generations, you know what I'm saying, or the next decade, or however many years they reconvene their meetings. I want to sit down with them, and I want to discuss foreign policy, and I want to discuss economics, and I want to discuss environment, and I want to discuss advertising, and I want to discuss the media, and I want to discuss everything they discuss between all the people they bring in on Bilderberg from all walks of life. I want to sit down and I want to be part of the meeting and just hear what they have to say. I want to hear about who they plan to elect before anybody even else knows about it. And we'd have a consensual agreement. I won't talk about it. I won't reveal anything. I won't do anything. We will just simply work together in, common whatever. And I'm given free range to say a few things And, they can still, because in the same way, they can still do what they do behind closed doors, knowing what they know. But we have that consensual agreement. I think they need that. Because look what it did for those groups. Look what it did for that guy who was the leader of the KKK. Look what it did for the black guy who was in on that. Look at the perspective it gave them to be able to sit down with that to which you fear, those that you think are your enemies, to gain perspective into the other's life, and you actually realize that you have more in common than you once knew. And I'm saying that right now. I believe that right now, and I've never actually sat down with anybody that shares a 100% opposing view than me. Never. I've never met anybody in my life who knows the truth and yet still shares a 100% opposing view. That's who I want to sit down with. I want to sit down with these diehard eugenicists, Kabbalists, occultists, Satanists, elitist, whatever, transhumanist people. I want to sit down with them and I want to discuss things from their point of view, and I want us to have intellectual conversations, and I want us to discuss the fate of humanity together, because I think we can pull a lot of unique perspectives and find some kind of middle ground, and that might really work to benefit them, myself, and everybody in the process. I really believe that. I really do. And I think that if there's any truther out there, as the most well-spoken, intelligent, creative, unique person, young, I think it's me. I think I'm the perfect candidate to represent the truther community and, people, because I've spent more than 15 years researching almost every aspect of everything. Like, there is not a single topic that I have not spent multiple years simultaneously researching. I mean, everything, you name it, all forms of technology, all these secret inventions, all the things, all the technologies, all the metaphysics, all the geography, the geology, the mathematics, the numerology, the etymology, like occultism, magic, religion, science, like all the spiritual stuff, everything, like witchcraft, Satanism. I've studied all this. I've studied every fucking thing. Economics, politics, environment, you name it. And just all kinds of other stuff too. I'm also incredibly intelligent. It's all based on this. I've also in my free time studied things like just regular, like stuff for all different kinds of careers. I've studied everything about like what people do for work. I just want to give myself the most knowledge. I absorb information like a sponge. I'm a mimic. I can mimic people. I can mimic habits. I can mimic things really well. And I'm also a very quick learner. I can pick things up really fast. And as a mimic, basically what I mean by that is like, I'm that type of person that like, kind of like my real life superpower would be, I can watch something and then I can replicate it. Like, that's kind of what I do. So I believe if there's anybody on the internet who is part of the truther community, who is handsome, young, physically capable, physically fit, healthy, agile, a good representative of humanity, comes from, a middle-class ghetto life and family, who's been influenced by all walks of life, by all people, by all race and nationality, someone who's intelligent, someone who struggles. I think that of all the people in the truther community, like, I don't think there's anybody like me. I think I'm probably I can be the most well-spoken, I'm the most thought out, and I know it doesn't come across in my videos a lot of times, but I'm saying this because you need to trust me. Take it from like, if you do decide to choose me, someone sees this, you do decide to do this, pick me, because get to know me in real life, and you'll see, holy shit, yeah, he's right. Like, his videos, they're great. Like, the way he talks, like what he talks about, just doesn't put a lot of effort into the thing, because it's just mostly conscious, talking. He's just real, whatever. Wait till you get to know me in real life. Just on my own, it's incredible, absolutely incredible. I really believe that they should do that. I believe that they should reach out, pick somebody, for Christ's sake, even if it isn't me, I don't care. Pick somebody that is is going to be the best. I really want to do that. I think that would be what the world needs. I think that would be what we need. How can both sides come together, that we're not fighting each other? And then I'll have a way to come back, and I'll have a way to express to the truther community. I'll have things to tell them that will help them get to know, and they'll help me with that because they'll help boost my platform and just force it, make it inevitable. So now it's like we're working for each other. We're working together. Like, that's what I want. I want that. I want that beneficial relationship where we can be mortal enemies, but we can find commonality. There's still commonality. There's still innocence. There's still things that both sides don't know. I believe that there's a lot of stuff that I found through research that they don't fucking know, that they don't even understand. Because you have to also remember, they're a collective mindset, and most of them are older. So they too have also not, they don't have much. So as a collective mind, considering what they have done, I do know that they're not very intelligent. There's a lot that I could do on my own that I don't need multiple people to think of. And if I would have really revealed to them some of the ideas that I have, I just wouldn't, because that would be bad. That would be fucking awful. Like, I wouldn't even begin I wouldn't do that, because I would be evil. If I did that, because I know things, like if I wanted to be evil, I've come up with things that could just, they are collective mind. It's not really one person. But I think they need me as equally as I need them. As the world needs us to come together, the best and the brightest to come together from all perspectives, to work in secret to benefit, because even if they perceive that what they're doing is good. So to them, they still want to do good by perception, even though we perceive what they're doing is bad. They think it's good. We both want to do good things because they think what they're doing is going to be helpful to humanity, which is a definitive help. We both see help in the same perception. They just don't understand that their methods are perceivably they still see that what they're doing is good. They see it all the same way. It's like being colorblind. We see the same color. It's just what is orange to me is green to you. But we both understand it to be the same thing. Whether we're looking at two different colors of the same color, like, we might have a different name for it. It's there. I believe it's there. I believe it is. It just doesn't show all the time. But I think the end result is they still can see definitively what help would be, and they think that it would be good for people. It's just that's because they see those things as particularly being good. And that's what I'm saying. Evil to them is good, and good to evil good to them is evil to them is good. And to us, good is still good, or whatever. Evil to them, it's bad, or it's dumb, or it's wrong. Is to them right, to us is wrong to them. So it's not so much good and evil. It's still, but that's it. It's just we need that duality. We need that. They don't have that duality. They don't have someone that's there with them. We don't have someone there with us that is with us, that shares two different things that are working together right next to each other and dualistically. This doesn't work. You know what I'm saying? I can know a lot, and they can know a lot because they can listen to us. They know about us. They can see our videos. They can hear what we have to say, and we know what they're doing. We see them. We see what they have to say. What they have to say. We're not benefiting each other. We're not right there with each other while we do those things, or before we do those things, to really get to know one another and share in that experience. To actually, So that's I think that needs to happen. I think that we can come together raise a white flag, and we can meet and we can share certain things, and we can come to agreement and not divulge that information. I think maybe a lot of people think Alex Jones is a shill. I think he's just stupid. I think at first he was pretty good. He's on to something, but I think over time he's, I don't know, not so much a shill, but I think he's just dumb. And maybe he's a shill. Maybe he's meant to kind of make like the rest of it. He's a gatekeeper for sure. He's meant to make everybody look like a fool. But in that one video where he was exposing the Bilderberg, or no, it was the Bohemian Grove meeting, and the one guy said, he was talking to him like he knew him, like they had an agreement. I think at one point Alex Jones was that guy, and maybe that's why they haven't done it in a long time. And I think they did that only because they remember they used to kill people. They killed Bill Cooper. They killed other people. They would kill truthers and conspiracy theorists when the movement first started, like prior to 9/11. And then they realized that didn't work because killing people only made people realize, okay, there's something going on here because these people talking about this stuff and they get killed and mysteriously disappear. Who's killing them? Who's silencing them? So that doesn't work all the time. And I think they know that. Going around silencing people, you're just creating martyrs. So basically, I think that's up until that point when Alex Jones became like the predominant truther out of that movement, I think they chose him, and I think he was kind of like almost like a, like if you have vampires, like they're vampires, and people like you have like what is it called, like the basically the people who are have an agreement, who have like a deal with the vampires, you know what I mean, like something like that. He became their regent or whatever. You know what I'm trying to say. He became that person. I think that's what they did. I think they had that program. It's like I think Alex Jones was that first person, and because you have to question, where did he come? How does network? If he's saying what he's saying, how does his network get so big? For him to become a gatekeeper, for him to have this audio equipment, to have this station, to never be killed, never be knocked off, never be silenced. Yet it's weird that like all of a sudden, every now and again, these things happen. It's like, oh, they're silencing conservatives, they're silencing truthers, and yet it's like only Alex Jones. Okay. Well, if they do it to legitimize him, to constantly make it seem like, oh, well, look, they targeted Alex Jones first. They targeted him. Oh, he must mean something. No, they targeted him because he's fucking part of it. But I think it started out, and then I think he went back on that agreement. Because there was that video where he was talking to that one guy, and in the interview he's like saying, no, he wasn't even that mad. He was just like, he's like, that's ungentleman of you. He's like, we had an agreement. You're not supposed to talk about that. We had an agreement. You were supposed to say it. But he was saying it like, I forget who it was. He was talking to that guy, that white-haired fucking weaselly guy, like, and he was just like, no, that's you've broken the trust. We had an agreement. Because when Alex Jones, before he became popular, when he was really first, like before first became like pretty big, the one thing that always bothered me, he had that fucking video of the Bohemian Grove that literally looked like he was fucking there. He wasn't even, didn't look like he was in a bush. He was fucking there. He looked like he was sitting there. I think they let him in. I think Alex Jones was the first guy that they actually let do this. The thing that I'm saying now, I think they did that before. I think that after 9/11 and all that stuff, they knew that obviously you'd have to assume that there's gonna be people talking about it. And I think they had that as part of the plan. We gotta let somebody in and we gotta share views. And I think Alex Jones was that guy, and I think that's part of the reason he was boosted to the position he was. I also kind of think that in some ways, guys like, you have Alex Jones and you have David Icke. Those two names, you have the American and the British that everybody knows about. And if you look at their past and you look at what they become and all that stuff, those two guys, I think that they were like, especially like everybody, like when I was in middle school, and again, this is prior to 9/11, when this whole movement really came about. Remember, computers are still just kind of becoming the things that they are today. We've only had so long to use them. So those are the guys that everyone came into. And when I first came into this, that's who I saw. They were right there. So they were kind of always the gatekeepers. And I think that's because they were the first two to think that they were automatically set up like that, and to know where they've gotten to today. It would make sense that they had some funding, that they were allowed more privileges because they were the inside guys, which is also why they have so much more information, but they also have a lot of half-truths. And they do it on purpose. And I think that's because, similar to all these other guys who had a lot of information and a lot of half-truths, any of them that really came out and said too much, they didn't like. But there's a reason why you get guys like Alex Jones and David Icke who are allowed to say so much but they really don't say enough, do they? And their channels, how comprehensive their channels are and all that stuff. So I think Alex Jones, like, I think that he was someone they let in do that, and I think they, I think he went off the rails a little too much because, like me, he didn't agree with a lot of things, and he just really wanted to do that at whatever point set him off. And then I think they roped him back in. I think then that's when they threatened him to cut him off and said, well, look, you know, and then I think because they put him back in his place, because where Alex Jones is today, who he is today, he's a disgrace. The whole thing, they turn the fucking frogs gay. Like, that fucking meme, like, he's a joke. Everyone just knows, like, it's just, he's a joke. And he represents the entire community. To most people on the outside, the moment they hear about it, they think that he represents us. So that's why we all look crazy, we all look stupid, because we say stupid things. It's all because Alex Jones, and that's because how comprehensive his shit is, and how popular it actually is. Even people who really don't believe in it, they all fucking watch him, they all see it, because they take it as a joke, and they want to see what he's saying. And because he has so many subscribers and he has this big comprehensive channel, and he's the first person you see or hear about, if you try to look up anything, if you're a skeptic person who doesn't even know how to fucking research, you're gonna see Alex Jones. And that's a problem. That's because he's a chill fucking gatekeeper. And that's why he's like that. And I think that's because he's an insider. They allow him to do what he does. They give him his space. He gives them their space, and they have an agreement. And I think he bypassed that agreement, because that's literally what that video, the video's like, oh, we had an agreement. It's ungentleman of you. You broke the trust. You know, like, they let him in. They fucking, that video that he released, like, it's proof right there. They let him in. He knew about that shit. He knew that there was certain things he could say and certain things he couldn't say. And when he showed that actual video footage, that's what they didn't like. He could talk about it because they knew talk is all talk, and most people aren't going to believe it until they had proof. When he posted video proof and he realized he couldn't do that, and that broke their trust and agreement, then he was like, all right, fuck it, I'll go off the rails a little bit. He went off the rails, and look what, and he had that low point, that whatever point, and then he came back for what, I forget what year it was or whenever it was. Maybe it was like during the Obama administration or something, or that election or something like that. He just became the laughing stock of the truther community, and I think they roped him back in because they probably threatened him. They probably threatened him more to cut his funding, because remember, there was a point he was making the videos. He made that video, and we don't even know if it's fake or not. He could have been in some fucking hotel anywhere in the fucking world, but he was still making videos where it was like he was at the Bilderberg meeting or in the hotel or something. Like, I don't fucking know. And they were shutting his power off or some shit. Like, fucking weird shit. I don't know. But then there's that Jason A. kid, and that one kid who goes around. He's like, he was fucking interviewing Rockefeller. It's like, dude, if you got, how do you keep getting this close to these people? Like, I believe that you have certain people that they've chosen, that they've allowed. Let me be that person. Because we're going to have a whole different kind of relationship. But I can tell right now for a fact that I will keep my promise. I don't need to go off the fucking rails. Because, you know what? Because I'm saying right now, I fully admitted to this community. If people don't, we're still only speaking to the choir, so I don't need to tell them anything they already know. So what's the point of exposing anything? On top of that, I can keep a secret anyways, because if most people in the because I've said it so many times, we're only ever going to be speaking to the choir and the people we really need to change. If they can't figure it out anyways, what's the fucking point? So I don't need to make any new videos after that. I will only make videos to talk to my community, to relay information in the way I'm going to relay it, to bridge these gaps and help us better understand and figure these things out. That's what I want. I'm not asking to be a sellout. I'm not asking to be, you know, a friend. I want to be a frenemy. I know that I disagree with a lot of what they're doing, and I disagree. I potentially with a lot of what they might actually believe in. I know that, and I think they know that, and I want them to know that. We're not gonna, you know, agree on everything, and that's the point. But I think you need to choose somebody new. I think they need to choose somebody new, and let us revitalize our movement. Let us come out of the shadows and stop looking like crazy nut jobs, and let me be that person. Let me be the spokesperson from now on. Let's fucking put Alex Jones in the past. Yeah, take away his funding, give it to me, give me the resources, let me start a fucking channel, let me do something, and let me be that representative. And, you know, I'll say what I know I can say, and, you know, we'll have this agreement, and let me have the inside, scoop as to what's going on. I can do with it in whatever I want in my own life, my own person, my own family. Like Rockefeller said, just take care of your own family. Just worry about your own family. I'll do that. I can definitely, absolutely. Let me know more. But I'll definitely keep it to myself. But I still think you need someone new on the inside. Two of us come together, we work together, and I can help you, you can help me, we can work together, and we can still make the world a better place, because regardless, I'm not gonna, whatever, we can make some kind of agreement, okay, fine, I'll agree to it, because guess what? I've said it. Well, it shouldn't even matter. There's plenty enough information out there for people to fucking realize that this is what you're doing, and they still can't get it. So I don't care. What's the point? I've already given up on waking people up. I'm not even trying to wake people up. I'm just speaking my mind, talking to people who already know, but maybe giving it to them in a way that might be better for them, and they may understand it in a better way. But we're just that's it. That's all I'm doing. So it really wouldn't even matter. It really is not going to matter what I say or what I don't say. Because if people are still going to be fucking stupid. There's going to be billions of people who don't have a fucking clue. So whatever. It's really not going to matter what the fuck I say. So I think we can come to some kind of an agreement. Alex Jones is a fucking fool. But then you also have to understand he looks bad on you too. He looks bad on all of you. Whether or not you even care about that because you're still in the shadows and shit. I still think you need somebody new. Choose a new representative to be your truther frenemy. Your truther person that you let in. I'd like to be that person so that I can do with that information for myself and my family as I'm meant to, as I should be able to, and we can have an agreement, and I can say certain new things, and I can have, because my talent is to be able to put things in words and be able to describe and explain super complex things and ideologies in ways that any people can understand, in ways that nobody can really do. And I think I'll be the perfect person to bridge the gap between our perspectives. And that if we were to work together, I can sit there at that table and lend some of my ideas in the way I think economics should go, or advertising, or certain plans in the world. I want to contribute. Because if we both have good intentions based on our own perceptions, we know that the end game would be to help people in one way or another. I think we can find ways to do that. And I think you need more people with an outside perspective to help you do that. And I think that of all the people on the internet, of all the truthers, of all the people with all their channels and all their information, or the particular subjects they focus on the most, every truther channel has a particular subject. I don't think you should choose any of them. I think you should choose me because I feel like I'm the most broad, the most open-minded, and the most understanding and enlightened of them. The one that is more than just a truther. I am still also a learner as well as a teacher, and I don't spend all my time focusing on one subject. I've learned from all of these subjects, so I have more collective knowledge than any one of them does. So I believe that I'm the perfect type of person to let in on this, and then be able. I can then have my radio show, because I want a radio show. I want to play jazz music, and I want to play music mostly. But if I also have a spot where I can kind of like George Norwell, whatever his name is, I'm like coast to coast, but without all the, like, I still want to be able to like maybe take some calls, but also maybe do that in that platform, just not even YouTube, but just have a radio show, and then I can talk about that over the radio. That's what I want. Only problem with radio is it's limited. It's like everyone has, it's like only be able to hear me in one place. So I would rather YouTube, but that's what I want to do. Let me be that person. Pick a new fucking whatever. Pick a new person and let it be me. Because it's just I don't know. I think everybody is still missing. I think the truther community at large is still missing the combinations and the possibilities and the pieces of the puzzle. And I think you and your community and your organizations are still missing a lot of the pieces of the puzzle, and you're missing some things. And I think if we were to join forces, come to some form of agreement, and we were to really once and for all gather the best and the brightest around the world, we can all work together to build a better civilization, to build a better government structure, or better cities, and better social, economical structures and things to live by. And I think we could come out with something that is so incredibly grand and just such a masterpiece that it's really like we can find some kind of common ground. We can get there. We can get there minimal bloodshed. We can get there minimal war. We can get there, whatever. We can still make money. We can still make tons of money in the process. We can still do cool things. We can still do that stuff, and we can forgive and forget. We might not agree on what we do in our personal lives, and that's fine. But if we don't, but we can agree to, like, let's remove some of the things. We don't have to keep programming people to, because you're going to give, if for example, you're going to give me things that I have to agree upon that we're going to accept, but we're going to give you things that, let's stop one thing, part of our agreement, let's stop sexually predictively programming the youth. Let's get rid of that. No more programming in television and movies. Let's just let it be free once and for all. Let that be free. No more using it as a tool. So creative freedom once and for all. Just let that go. Let it go. No more sexual programming. No more dumbing down the education system. Let's agree on that. Let's agree on, let's get rid of the GMOs. No more trying to pollute the food or the environment. Let's agree on that. That's all we want. That's all what we really want. Everything else, then you can, give your contingencies, what you want us to agree on, that you still want to do, or things that you have to do. Okay, we can find common ground. We can reduce some of these things. We can agree that, okay, we'll allow you can do stuff in your personal life. We're not going to talk about it. We're not going to expose you. None of that stuff. As long as you don't let that sexual immorality, that sexual perversion, or the pedophilia translate into everyone else's life, trying to program people. Okay, it's not going to be the world. We're not going to agree upon that. We want the world to be a better place. We're going to find a way to do it. We're going to make a lot of money in the process. We're going to have a great time doing it. We're going to explore a lot of fascinating topics and really come to some great conclusions. But we're not going to fuck with people anymore. We don't have to fuck with people in order to make the world a better place. Because if the whole point is people are already stupid, there's no need to make them more stupid or take advantage of their stupidity. There's no need. The point is to make people smart. The point is to one day have everybody on the same page. So let's do that. Let's fucking do that. And I believe that if you choose the right people, we can find common ground, and we can make a plan, and we can execute that plan, and we can save the world. We can benefit the world. Man, I'm going 4 hours here. I just talk nonstop. All right. Anyways, that's all I have to say. Basically, I just, I want to be that person. I want to do more. I don't make videos all the time, but this is just something that I want to talk about. And from there, going to everything else, But I just want my life. I just want my life. I want to be happy. I want to finally be able to live in the world. I want to be happy doing what I want to do. And so if that requires changing other people, like, fine, I'm gonna have to do that. But like, I just want the world to be better so that I can be happy living in that world. I don't care about anybody else. I could really give two fucks. But I know that, like, they still get to live their lives. They still have a right to live theirs. But I want to be happy in my own. So I want to make the world a better place for myself. That I think that's selflessness. It's selfish in the sense that it's the end goal is purely for me. I'm motivated for myself so that I can have days that are just all peace and quiet, where I really can just be free to do things and say things and not be oppressed, not be afraid of breaking the law or, being stopped or harassed. Like, I can be my different, independent, creative, unique self and just be able to still go anywhere and whatever. And if I don't want to be somewhere, I can just leave there. But I want to have a world that's just peaceful for me. So that's my motivation. So I really don't give a fuck about anybody else. But I know that in order to get that, we have to make the world better for everybody else. So in the process, I want to make the world better for everybody else so I can make the world better for myself. That's my motivation. So I think that's where we can share some commonality, right? Is like control and power. You want to do things. You want to be in charge. You want to make the world better for you. You want the world so that you can do what you want to do. And I think there's a way that everybody can be able to have that. There's a way we can get everybody on the same page, because you have to understand the majority there will always be more of a majority that disagrees to the world that you want. So your things that you agree with, things that you like, it'll never come out. So you're going to have to let some of that go. You're going to have to just, that's going to be your own personal life. And I'm telling you this right now for a fact, you will still be able to do those things and do them completely in private and go as long as you can until you get caught in a world that is completely at peace where we're all free to do what we want to do. Because even if we perceive it bad, well, guess what? It doesn't matter. Nobody knows about it. We don't even know about it. It's not even happening. Meanwhile, we get to have ultimate freedom to do whatever we want. So you might as well just let us have that world, because then in the same way that there's nothing stopping us from doing what we want to do, there's equally nothing stopping you from doing what you want to do. So go ahead and do it. You don't need to try to change the whole world and try to brainwash people and get people eventually grow up thinking that it's okay to have sex with whoever you want to have sex with, so that the world will be easier one day for you to just be the sexual, immoral people that you are, if that's who you are, like whatever. You know, whether it's a mental disorder, whether you're born with it, whether it's natural, whether you just, agree to it, or whether you're possessed. I don't know what the fuck it is. I don't care. You can do it. I don't give a shit, because you know what? If everybody else in the world is just happy and at peace, first of all, good luck trying to do that anyways, but no one's stopping you. No one's stopping you, and we don't even have to know about it. So we're all happy, never having to think about horrible things. We don't have to have horrible things in our mind, because we're not living in a world where it's almost imminent. It's almost inevitable that you're going to have to hear about that shit, because the way our social system is, it's not like we can't just get away. Everyone has to be talking about the same thing and doing the same fucking thing. It's like, why can't we make reality special and different and unique for all of us? So again, I don't care if bad people do bad things, because the world will still be, based on my perception, my whole experience would be beautiful. So does it ever even have to matter? No. It only matters to the individual and anybody unfortunate being a victim. But in that same world, you wouldn't have many victims, because if we're all living independent, again, survival of the fittest, at a certain point, people would inevitably be living lives that don't put themselves in vulnerable positions. And that's also through the education. So I think there's some things we can agree upon. I think we can still come to a place where you can still have your governments and your currency, but maybe we can come to agreement. Okay, how about how much order are we talking? How much surveillance are we talking? We can still have a one world government, one world currency, one world leader. Sure, why not? Maybe even one world religion, where all the religions come together. I believe that they're all just missing pieces to one greater puzzle anyways. So we can have all that, but it depends on the order. How it depends on the surveillance. Depends on all that shit. And if it's going to be one leader to represent all of the world, we should have like a leader that doesn't last as long. We should elect new leaders shorter terms then. So it's still one leader, but multiple people will be able to be leader. And maybe it'd be so cool in that statistically it'd be possible for let's say there's like 6 billion, 5 billion people on Earth, for in every one person's lifetime to have been leader of the world at least once. That'd be fucking awesome. That'd be a cool world. I think we can agree on that. This is the thing, why can't we agree on that? That's what you want. It's also half of what we want. We can still have like a singular world. Let's call it a singular world order. So it's world is common. That's something we both share. You want order, we want living. I want a singular world living. You want a new world order. I think I can use my vision of the future and your vision of the future, and we can create a singular world order where we are part of the singularity, but it's not a transhumanistic singularity, but it's still our world. That's given. That's always going to be there. And that order, we can still have order, but it's still a singular world. It's not a new world. It's not total control. It's not total surveillance, all that stuff. We can still be singular. It means equality, singularity. So therefore, the order that we have would be, okay, we can still have one world leader, but to equal that, it's not, oh, who is that leader going to be? No, we know that, okay, in every one person's lifetime, it'd be really cool. We can have a world where everybody gets opportunity at being leader for whatever given time. That'd be amazing. It'd be fucking awesome. I think we can do that. Because I don't care. Currency is still, there's still going to be currency. There's still going to be something that we use to represent whatever and just make it easy, like trade. Or I mean, we don't have to. We could simply just trade the items, and since that's what we really value, whatever. So maybe we can figure that out. But again, that's something we'd have to talk about. See, that's something we'd have to come up with. Maybe we still keep multiple different currencies, even though it's one world government. Maybe there can still be different currencies so that we can still value currencies differently and, whatever, create diversity and make it fun. Anyways, I don't know. I think that we can find common ground, but I think the only way we're going to do that is if we meet up. And so that's just that's what I want to conclude with. That's really all I'm trying to say. I think it's been a pretty decent speech. Brainstorming, talk about just some different things. I haven't even finished watching this video. I don't even think anybody's even gonna fucking watch this because it's fucking 4 hours long, and I'm just sitting watching this this screens on and this fucking weird cartoon of Roman fire being used. 4 hours of just looking at that. My videos are not made for you to sit and watch the video, right? You see what I'm saying? Listen to it. Fucking put it on in the background. Put it on your earphones and do something else. Multitask. You can minimize the fucking thing and then browse the web while you're listening to me. No one said you had to watch the video. Why does people think that, oh, I'm not going to watch the video, it's 4 hours long and I'm not going to fucking look at that? You don't have to watch the video to listen to what the video has to fucking say. If it's a watching video where there's people on the video, then of course you have to fucking watch it. You're going to watch it. But it's just a talking video. It's like listening to an audiobook. So I hope to God, people, there's somebody out there who's patient. Intellectuals listen to classical music. And intellectuals, I would assume, are patient enough, and if you're truly intellectual, they fucking sit and listen to something. I mean, you go to an expo, you go to seminars, you're listening to people talk for hours. Why is it difficult? Why is it complicated? In the comfortability of your own home, you can control and manipulate your time in that position. Why is it difficult for people to listen to something for 4 hours? That's pathetic. That's just sad. That's pathetic. You know what I'm saying? If it's really good information, you should listen to it. All right. So that's that. Let it be known. Thanks for watching.